Sind wir soweit? Yeah? Well, good morning to you all, and I'm glad we're back reconvening here for the second day of our Serendipity workshop. And we had a wonderful start into the workshop last night, thanks to Silvia. Horace Walpole's infatuation with the beautiful Bianca Capello has gifted us a word. And now, nearly 270 years later, we are equally infatuated, perhaps not with the Duchess, but with the word. At least I am. What a beautiful word is it, serendipity. But leaving the beauty of the word, we today have to get down to the nitty-gritty of the subject with presentations by Samantha Copeland, Stephen Scholte, Albrecht Schmidt, and Anabel Quan-Haase. A very warm welcome to you all. The common thread of the presentations of today is perhaps the quest to identify the circumstances that are conducive to producing serendipitous discoveries. And let me stress, this is not an easy task. And I would like to add some simple observations as to why it is so immensely difficult to identify the factors of success. When we ask, how did this or that serendipitous discovery come about? We could, of course, look at what is certainly one of the most frequently cited examples. Alexander Fleming's discovery of penicillin. The bacteriologist and pharmacologist from Scotland, Nobel laureate in medicine, discovered penicillin by accident. It is a well-known story, often told, and I'm recounting it here not because of its content or out of thankfulness, because Fleming's discovery has saved my life on a number of occasions. I'm telling it once more because of the structural features in the process of discovery. There was a chance event. He had a contaminated Petri dish. He was growing bacteria to examine them. And a few days later, when the cultivation grew, he discovered that one of his Petri dishes was covered in a mold, a fungus. And then he had a prepared mind. He could have thrown away the Petri dish. He could have just said, well, no, damn this, I have to do it all over again. But he didn't. He examined it, and it was summed up in 3 words. He said something like, oh, that's funny. And thirdly, he then proceeded with experimental replication. He had a hypothesis, namely that the mold actually killed the bacteria. And he assembled a small team, an interdisciplinary team, including a chemist, knowledge he didn't have, and he replicated the experiment and then went on with a hypothesis and finally with an explanation and confirmed the bacteria-killing properties of the mold. Now, one might be tempted to generalize the factors of success here. A chance event occurred, and someone's mind was prepared enough to register it and to follow up on it. Now, this is obviously not an explanation of success. This is a definition of serendipity. And as such, it is tantamount to a tautology. A serendipitous discovery was made because serendipity was at work. Doesn't actually explain the process at all. And it's a tautology quite similar to the following search for the factors of success. An example I draw not from scientific or scholarly activity, but from the world of sports. If you ask yourself, why did the Red Bull racing team win the Formula One championship last season? You could, of course, answer, well, because Team Red Bull had won most races, by virtue of having the best driver and the fastest and most reliable car. Again, this is not an explanation of success. It is precisely what it means to win a championship. So, I would suggest that when seeking to identify the factors of success, we should, and we most commonly do, examine not success, but failure. In this motor racing example, you might discover that 7 of the other 15 teams were troubled by gearbox problems, 9 teams were at times hampered by blown tires, and 5 teams botched 1 or more of their pit stops. So if you want to be a championship contender next season, you better invest millions in the development of a durable and reliable gearbox. You might want to plan for 5 weeks of testing the optimal compound of your tires. And of course, you really do need to train your pit stop crew to perfection. And herein lies one of the problems in accounting for instances of serendipity, because there's a giant reporting bias. With German and English language publications alone, we can easily fill an entire IKEA Billy cupboard full of books, popular books about serendipity. But we will only ever read about successful discoveries, like Alexander Fleming's penicillin. What we cannot do, however, is to identify what I would call missed opportunities or otherwise unrealized serendipitous moments. And yet it is precisely these moments that may tell us something about the factors of success. It's the gearbox and the tires, if you like. But we simply have no data on this. So what to do? As with many other intricate research questions, fiction might help. Not in the sense of providing answers, but in the more limited sense of pointing us into the right directions. So if you indulge me, please, I'd like to talk a little bit about one of my all-time favorite movies. It is called Rosencrantz and Guildenstern Are Dead. I see Samantha has seen it. Has anybody else seen it? Rüdiger and Susan seen the play. Okay. For those of you who do not know that film, it's a very clever, delightful, and at times very funny adaptation of Shakespeare's Hamlet. Among many other things, it contains a play within a play within a play, very cleverly done. But on the whole, the movie focuses on 2 minor characters in Shakespeare's drama, Rosencrantz and Guildenstern. They are old friends of the Prince of Denmark, and they have been sent for to find out the cause of Hamlet's obvious madness or affliction, as they put it. Guildenstern, played by Tim Roth, is a clever, fast-talking loudmouth, whereas Rosencrantz, played by Gary Oldman, is portrayed as being dim-witted or outright stupid. One of the running jokes throughout the film is that Rosencrantz cannot remember who he is, Rosencrantz or Guildenstern. He's confused even about himself. Yet, excuse me, this dim-witted Rosencrantz makes a number of very odd observations without having searched for them. Yet, serendipitous discoveries never materialize. In this sense, his observations represent what I had called the missed opportunities or otherwise unrealized serendipitous moments, exactly the moments we are looking for. Among the many observations he makes, for example, is the coin flip. He flips a coin and it comes up heads, and he flips it 149 times more, and each and every time it comes up heads. The oddity of this observation prompts the 2 of them to very nearly formulate a full-blown theory of probability. Very nearly. It doesn't work properly. Meanwhile, Rosencrantz is getting bored, and he starts playing with his food, and he invents the double cheeseburger. Although, I have to stress, this is arguably not an instance of serendipity, at least if you ask nutritional experts. Rosencrantz later invents and even builds a rudimentary gas turbine, only for his prototype to be destroyed accidentally, or perhaps not accidentally, by Guildenstern. Yet there are also some profound discoveries in the realm of physics. But again, these moments pass as near misses. They never materialize. Let's start with an absolute classic, one that we have chosen as an illustration for our brochure. Newton's apple moment. Lying under the apple tree in an orchard in his parental home, Newton, the young Newton, was observing a falling apple, and it caused the young Newton to speculate. This is the parental home, and in front you see the apple tree, which is still existing today and being tended by 2 gardeners of the National Trust. Newton ponders, why does the apple fall straight to the ground? Why not sideways or even upwards? And he concludes that the apple is being pulled to the Earth's center. He asks himself, how far does this gravitational pull reach? And he looks at apples higher up the tree, but they fall the very same way, which prompts him to extend these thoughts to celestial objects like the moon. And over time, he comes up with the law of universal gravitation. Now, dear Rosencrantz has his own apple moment. And let us see what happens.
Say, what? Well, would you like a bite? No. Thank you.
The serendipitous moment occurred, yet it passed without any effect. Now, one might be tempted to conclude very simply that Rosencrantz's mind had been unprepared, in the Fleming sense. Him being lost for words and, let's say, this blank expression on his face both seem to support this conclusion. But that would be all too easy an explanation. Quite different lessons can be drawn once we look at the run-up to the scene. The context reveals a more complex set of factors. The initial situation is this. The 2 friends have finally arrived at Elsinore. They have seen Hamlet from afar, but they have yet to meet him in person. Now, Guildenstern wants the 2 of them to be prepared for their first encounter with the prince, given that the task is to find out what's wrong with him. So Guildenstern suggests that they should rehearse the meeting in form of a role play. He himself would pretend to be Hamlet, while Rosencrantz was to ask him questions as to the cause of his madness or affliction. Yet, this is far too much to ask of Rosencrantz. As I mentioned, the slightly dim-witted Rosencrantz at times does not even know who he is, Rosencrantz or Guildenstern. So the very idea of a role play confuses him even further. Let us see the run-up to the scene.
Who was that? Didn't you know him?
He didn't know me.
He didn't see you. I didn't see him.
We shall see. I hardly knew him. He's changed.
You could see that? Transformed? How do you know?
Inside and out.
I see.
He's not himself, you know.
He's changed.
I could see that.
Glean what afflicts him.
Me? Him.
How?
Question and answer.
He's afflicted.
You question, I'll answer.
He's not himself, you know.
I'm him, you see.
Who am I?
You're yourself.
And he's you?
Not a bit of it.
Are you afflicted?
That's the idea. You ready?
Let's go back a bit.
I'm afflicted.
I see.
Glean what afflicts me.
Right.
Question and answer.
How should I begin?
Address me.
My dear Guildenstern.
You've forgotten, haven't you?
My dear Rosencrantz.
I don't think you quite understand. What we're attempting here is a hypothesis in which I answer for him while you ask me questions.
Ah.
Ready? You know what to do.
What?
Are you stupid?
Pardon?
Are you deaf? Did you speak? Not now.
Stay.
Not now!
Now!
Say. What?
Well,
Would you like a bite? No. Thank you.
Now, I ask you, how could this man's mind have been prepared? Rosencrantz is confused at the best of times, but here he's also put under immense pressure by Guildenstern. Guildenstern shouts at him, and he even insults him by asking him if he's stupid or deaf. Most of all, Guildenstern repeatedly insists that Rosencrantz should concentrate on the task at hand, the role play. So we will hear later from Samantha about the prepared mind and cunning wisdom. But here we see, and this is perhaps also a topic that's come up in your talk, Samantha, we see how important the social environment is. As I said, it was not only Rosencrantz's initial confusion, but also the demand to concentrate on a prescribed task. A valuable lesson for research management, I guess, when it comes to serendipity. Do not insist that researchers should concentrate solely on a predefined research agenda. Let them go astray. Encourage them to let their minds wander, and most of all, be supportive. Yet, one might also argue that there wasn't a serendipitous moment at all. An apple dropped on Rosencrantz's head. So what? Nothing happened. After lunch, Stephen Scholte will, I think, alert us to the danger of an inflationary use of the term serendipity. It seems to mean different things in different contexts and amongst different people. And I guess Steve will also emphasize the need to refine the concept and to focus on what we mean by it. Rosencrantz's apple moment. You could say this was not a serendipitous moment, yet something did happen. He did look up, and he did utter the words, "I say," and he was confused. But was it serendipity? Maybe we need a concept below a threshold of serendipity. For lack of a better word, I would call it a disruption, a serendipitous disruption caused by a chance event. No discovery, no great discovery, but a disruption, interrupting the usual train of thought. And there's a more positive message here if we let the scene run on.
Would you like a bite? No.
watch him think.
Oh, you mean you pretend to be him? And I ask you questions.
Very good.
You had me confused.
I could see I had.
How should I begin?
Address me?
My honored lord.
My dear Rosencrantz.
Am I pretending to be you, then?
Certainly not. Well, if you like, shall we continue?
My honored lord.
My dear fellow.
How are you?
Afflicted.
Really? In what way?
Transformed.
Inside or out?
Both.
I see. Not much new there.
We'll go into detail! Delve! 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 Probe the background. Establish the situation.
So your uncle's the king of Denmark?
That's right. And my father before him.
His father before him?
No, my father before him.
But surely...
You may well ask.
Let me get it straight. Your father was king, you were his only son, your father dies, you are of age, your uncle becomes king.
Yes.
Unusual.
Undid me.
Undeniably.
He slipped in.
Which reminds me.
Well, it would.
I don't want to be personal.
Come on.
Your
Richard.
mother's marriage.
He slipped in.
His body was still warm.
So was hers.
Extraordinary.
Indecent.
Hasty.
Suspicious.
Makes you think.
Don't think I haven't.
And with a husband, brother.
They were close.
She went to him.
Too close.
For comfort.
Looks bad.
Adds up.
Incest to adultery.
Would you go so far?
Never.
To sum up. Your father, whom you love, dies. You are his heir. You come back to find that hardly was the corpse cold before his young brother popped onto his throne and into his sheets, thereby offending both legal and natural practice. Now, why exactly are you behaving in this extraordinary manner?
I can't imagine. And yet we were sent for. And we did come.
Now he can suddenly play the game as demanded by Guildenstern. The chance event or disruption helped Rosencrantz to focus, led him to understand something else entirely, nothing to do with the apple, namely what it is that Guildenstern wants him to do, and he's now really good at it. They can finally do their rehearsal. Thus, a disruption, while not being itself an instance of serendipity, might still be useful in another way, for another purpose. Again, perhaps a valuable lesson to be learned. Embrace the chance event or disruption for its own sake, irrespective of whether it leads to a discovery. It might lead you someplace else. Let us look at another clip in which Rosencrantz very nearly discovers Newton's cradle. This moment actually has most of Alexander Fleming's features of a serendipitous discovery. It should thus perhaps qualify as serendipity.
And yet we were sent for. And we did come. Rosencrantz?
What?
Guildenstern?
What?
Don't you discriminate at all?
What?
Nothing.
Look at this. Watch closely.
Interesting.
Interesting. As you've seen, there was a chance event, an odd observation, and this time Rosencrantz's mind had arguably been prepared. He even successfully replicates the experiment once. The only thing missing, if we compare Fleming's penicillin, was that he never seems to formulate a hypothesis or anything of the sort. But when he finally wants to show his findings to Guildenstern as his audience, it all goes wrong. Again, This could be read as a problem related to the social environment. You've seen it. He once again shouts at him, don't you discriminate at all. This is the very opposite of an appreciative, open-minded leadership and audience. But there's a different lesson here as well. Once having made a serendipitous discovery or observation of a chance event, curb your enthusiasm. Assemble a team, like Fleming did, with various disciplines, and be very careful of how you interact with your physical environment. Let us turn to the third discovery, and this is my final example from the movie. Here, Rosencrantz very nearly anticipated Galileo's Pisa experiment, when he dropped two balls of different weight or mass from the Leaning Tower of Pisa, and they hit the ground at the same time, concluding that the Earth's gravitational pull affects objects irrespective of their mass. This is definitely the closest Rosencrantz ever got to a serendipitous discovery. By accident, he makes an unusual observation. His mind is arguably prepared. He successfully replicates the experiment, and he even proceeds to formulate a hypothesis. But then, again, it all goes horribly wrong.
Look at this.
Leave things alone.
Sorry. This is interesting. You would think this would fall faster than this, wouldn't you?
And you'd be absolutely right.
You've seen it. When he dropped the pin and shuttlecock, this is a badminton feathered ball, back into the chest, Rosencrantz made a serendipitous discovery. The two objects of different weight hit the bottom of the chest at the same time. He interacted with his physical environment, and his mind was prepared. He successfully repeated the experiment once. He even goes as far as to formulate a hypothesis, albeit in the negative. You would have thought, or you would think. Yeah. Rosencrantz's subsequent failure to experimentally verify this with a ball and feather drop just goes to show that we cannot escape our physical environment, as had been the case with the cradle. On a different level, though, one could argue that he simply chose the wrong objects, as he had been unaware of the effect of air resistance. This is, of course, a flaw in his hypothesis, certainly, but more importantly, this example shows that in a variety of ways, the success or failure of serendipitous discoveries is prefigured by the tools at our disposal. In this case, by the content of the chest Rosencrantz found the objects in. Let us assume for the moment that there have been only one type of object in the chest, say bowling pins. Rosencrantz could have juggled them for as long as he liked, but when throwing them back into the chest, the observation would not have been unexpected. Objects of the same mass hitting the ground at the same time would not have surprised Rosencrantz. Let us now assume that there have been only feathers and balls in the chest. Again, the observation would not have surprised Rosencrantz. He would have expected the lighter object to hit the ground later. Let us thirdly assume that there have been two types of items in the chest. The lightweight rings plated from string, which he put on his shoe at the beginning, and the heavier wooden balls. These objects share similar properties as regards air resistance. Then, the observation of both objects hitting the bottom of the chest at the same time would indeed have surprised Rosencrantz, just like the pin and shuttlecock had. Moreover, his second attempt at replication, dropping the items from the gallery, would most likely have succeeded. So there's an invisible third party involved in the serendipitous discovery, and we had that last night with a question from Albrecht. Someone who had put these objects in the chest. Most likely the housekeeper tidying up the indoor badminton court after the lords and ladies had finished playing their game. Now he or she followed a very simple rule of how to restore order. All sporting or recreational items are to be stowed in the chest for future use. Invisible third parties are everywhere in serendipity, and funnily enough, they can help bringing about serendipitous discoveries both by diligence, as the housekeeper of Elsinore Castle, or indeed by negligence, as did perhaps the unknown laboratory assistant who had failed to exercise the necessary care when disinfecting the petri dishes of Alexander Fleming. In the humanities, the invisible third party may appear in the guise of the library director who decides to use this or that classification system for the OpenStack library. Or perhaps in the person of the head archivist who, in view of limited storage capacity, decides on which documents to preserve and which to destroy. Or indeed the library clerk who assigns the keywords to the list to be listed in the full catalogue entries of any given book or article. But what if this invisible third party is not a person, but an algorithm or even an artificial intelligence? The effect an increasingly digital research environment has on the likelihood of serendipitous discoveries will be the subject of the two presentations concluding our discussion this afternoon. I greatly look forward to hearing your contributions by Albrecht Schmidt and by Anabel Quan-Haase. In closing, I would like to leave you with one last clip, because I feel I have to make amends. For the past 3/4 of an hour or so, I have repeatedly misused or abused poor Rosencrantz as an example of total failure, and that was not fair. It is, of course, no great consolation to a fictional character, but I would like to give him credit for having made a serendipitous discovery after all, one that was successfully replicated, not in fiction, but in reality, yet not on this planet, but on the very celestial body Newton was contemplating under the apple tree. Standing in front of his lunar landing model named Falcon, Mission Commander David Scott of Apollo 15 produced the necessary experimental evidence. But see for yourself, I would only like to ask you to ignore the mention of Galileo. Whenever you hear the name Galileo, please think of poor Rosencrantz instead.
Well, in my left hand I have a feather. In my right hand a hammer. And I guess one of the reasons we got here today was because of a gentleman named Galileo a long time ago who made a rather significant discovery about falling objects in gravity fields. And we thought that where would be a better place to confirm his findings than on the moon. And so we thought we'd try it here for you. The feather happens to be appropriately a falcon feather for our falcon. And I'll drop the two of them here, and hopefully they'll hit the ground at the same time. How about that? Which proves that Mr. Galileo was correct in his findings.
Thank you very much. We're now going to take a coffee break of about 20 minutes and reconvene at 11:30 to hear Samantha give her presentation. Thank you very much and see you then. Oh, coffee is just outside.
Because I'm always interviewed because of social media, because a lot of you take risks, what selfies and so on. So it's always like, well, why do they do that? That's always a big question. To get a great selfie. I know.
Welcome back. In opening the workshop last night, I reminded everyone that it's customary at the Einstein Forum that we do not introduce our speakers at length. We have the brochure for this, you can read it all up. But I cannot resist introducing Samantha Copeland, not because of what is written in this little biography there, but because of a conversation we had last night when I asked Samantha how she got into the subject of serendipity, and the surprising answer was it was brain research. And then she told me the story of a man who accidentally put a steel rod through his brain, and that was a serendipitous moment. And that reminded me that serendipity may be painful. So on that note, I'd like you to give us your presentation. Thank you, Samantha.
That's quite a good introduction, actually. You should also note that I'm a philosopher and I'm an epistemologist, which means that this talk is about the kind of reasoning that may or may not be involved in serendipity. So coming from Walpole, and last night we had an introduction to Walpole and to his letter to man. And this is a book by Robert Merton and Eleanor Barber about the evolution of the word serendipity and how it became known within science and in other fields. Very nice read. But the quotation that we all rely on, and nearly every article written on serendipity must contain, is the quotation from Walpole in the letter to man: "As their highnesses, the three princes of Serendip, traveled, they were always making discoveries by accidents and sagacity of things which they were not in quest of." So the chance element is very interesting and fun, but I've always been very keen on understanding what sagacity means. And if you look up this old-fashioned word for wisdom, you get some meanings that tie it to perceptual history. We spoke of this a bit last night. So this idea that it is a perceptual wisdom, and I'm going to touch on that in my talk today. There's also the idea that it might be a kind of contextual wisdom, of something through a wisdom gained by experience, by time. So sagacity is something that an older person might carry, that kind of wise wisdom. But I want to look into the way in which we've kind of understood it since we've started looking at serendipity and the kinds of examples we've been looking at. And then I'm going to push a slightly different agenda to suggest that we're missing a point. And we're missing a point because of philosophy. So I'm going to blame my own discipline for this. But the three princes, just to go through, to start from the very beginning, in the story, they make observations along their way somewhere while wandering through the desert towards Persia. They see things on the side of the road. The importance of these things does not become apparent until they reach their destination. When they reach their destination, they happen across a camel driver who asks them if they've seen their camel. They then can recall the observations they made along the road, and to them, these observations provide evidence that the camel indeed was on the road with them, ahead of them, in fact. But it's so odd that they knew so much about the camel. They don't explain their observations to the camel driver. They say to the camel driver, "Oh, was your camel like this? Was it carrying this? Was there a pregnant woman riding it?" And these facts are so specific and also true that the camel driver accuses them of stealing the camel, and they then have to explain how their observations gave them the evidence for these claims to the king of Persia. So it's a strange kind of deduction. It's a kind of sagacity that entails we make these wide-based observations of our world. We pay attention to all sorts of things, and then sometimes they become useful. And serendipity in this story actually happens when they meet the camel driver. It's not the observations that are chancy and fortunate. It's the combination of the observations and the camel driver. So I've been looking at this situation and also thinking about Walpole's way of combining accidents and sagacity, and really thinking about what does that mean for the kind of reasoning that takes place in this situation. Normally, we hear an appeal to the prepared mind. And here we have Louis Pasteur, dans le champ de l'observation, le hasard ne favorise que l'esprit préparé. Sorry, I haven't practiced my French in a long time. It's translated in multiple ways. In the context of the empirical sciences, the benefits go to those who are prepared, right? So, but most simply, the prepared mind is what takes value from chance encounters. So, or chance encounters, chance favors the prepared mind. That's the kind of usual one you see. So there's a bit of contestation as to exactly how to translate this, but the combination of chance and the prepared mind has really captured observations. It explains all sorts of things for us. For example, it explains how someone like Fleming can win a Nobel Prize. He certainly didn't win it for being lucky. I put controlled sloppiness plus genius up there because this is a secondary factor that's introduced. So chance favors the prepared mind, but if we have a prepared mind, how are we not just doing normal science? The chance factor has to come in as well. So in order to introduce chance again, what you get in these tales that focus on the prepared mind or this approach is an accompanying genius element, which is a mysterious gap that we cannot explain. Why that person? And controlled sloppiness is one explanation of the kind of genius that Fleming had. We just talked about Fleming's petri dish. Fleming left the petri dish in a sink while we went on holiday. A little bit of the mold happened to float upstairs from an asthma lab beneath him, landed on the petri dish, and that's how it became contaminated. He noticed the petri dish while he was standing in his lab, chatting away with people, and starting to clean up after himself days later with his contaminated petri dishes, if you can imagine. But when he saw something, you were correct, he said, "Oh, that's funny," and then picked up on the fact that what he was looking at was valuable. He was looking at something interesting, and that's what he recognized. I can go on and on about the chance factors in the Fleming story. It's a wonderful case of the impact of chance. But we need to explain how Fleming wasn't just doing normal science, and also how chance made an impact on him. And this controlled sloppiness metaphor is a really interesting addition to the story, in that it suggests because he kept many things around him, he was more likely to happen across something by chance that was valuable. Other stories focus on different personal characteristics. For example, in the story of Barry Marshall, who is the one who discovered, along with his colleague, that bacteria can cause stomach ulcers, he is given the credit for persistence in the face of opposition. He had to go against his own scientific community in order to assert that his discovery was real. In fact, to the length he went to self-experimentation. He swallowed the bacteria in order to produce an ulcer because they wouldn't allow him to move further with the science. They simply didn't believe his hypothesis. So gregariousness, sloppiness, genius, these mysterious personal characteristics tend to fill that gap where sagacity is not really explained and the prepared mind is not explained. Scientists Dunbar and Fogelsang, who empirically study scientists working in groups, pointed out that you hear the mention of prepared mind all the time, but no one ever tells you what it is. So it's this mysterious gap in sagacity. And so I wanted to push further. One of the issues that you get with the idea of genius and prepared mind and chance happening to them is that what this does is actually multiply the chance within serendipity to the point where sagacity becomes almost unimportant. I find that problematic. We end up with things like this. So here we have the Francis Crick Institute. It was designed intentionally to produce serendipitous encounters among the scientists working there. They are forced to walk from one lab to another through each other's working spaces quite often in order to see the cafeteria or in order to get to other supply rooms, etc. So the idea here is that we fill the building with prepared minds, and then we stir the pot. And if we can just get the right two prepared minds to encounter each other, we produce the kind of chance that engineers serendipity. But where's the sagacity in this? It's completely another layer of chance encounter, right? Rather than accident plus sagacity. It's still leaving out what it is that makes people recognize the value of their encounter when it happens. And it also simply reproduces chance opportunities. So you might be gaining serendipity, but you're also gaining a lot of wasted time and error. The same conditions produce both. So it's not the best way to go. And when we start multiplying chance and we start thinking, well, you need to have the right kind of prepared mind, whatever that is, for this unique chance encounter, you multiply the levels of chance to the point where now you need the right person in the right place at the right time, making the right observation. This is all chance. I don't see any sagacity in here. So I find these prepared mind explanations of sagacity are lacking something. Either the prepared mind has to be uniquely prepared for that exact chance event, which just multiplies the chance factor. It doesn't tell any of us how to be prepared for serendipity. But I do think there is a mode of reasoning that we're missing. I think there's a way of thinking in the world that does explain why some people might be more serendipitous than others, and that it's more than just luck. Just to emphasize that we reduce the whole of serendipity to luck, we cannot explain why some people are serendipitous and others are not. And in fact, there's quite a bit of research gaining ground that identifies people as identifying themselves as being very serendipitous people. Not just lucky, but serendipity. The right thing happens to them and they notice it and then they can use it. And most everyone can trace back to an experience of serendipity in their lives. This isn't left to the geniuses in the sloppy lab. It's a fact that it happens to all of us in our everyday occurrences. One of my general points is actually I'm very deflationary about serendipity in the sense that I don't think it only marks these brilliant examples of discovery. I think it marks a lot of little aha moments in our lives that shape our history. So let's go back really far. Let's go back to Pan on the hunt. Sean Silver has an excellent article where he traces back Bacon, serendipity through Walpole back to Bacon. And the idea there is that while Bacon really promoted the idea of methodology in science, he did so in order to move us past what he thought was old-fashioned empirical methods where we just kind of rumbled around in the world and grabbed things when they looked good. But he uses the metaphor of the hunt for that first stage of scientific discovery. And he talks about Pan, and the hunt of Pan is a great story of serendipity. Pan intentionally goes away from everyone else who's hunting for Diana. He's like, I'm not going to hunt for Diana. I'm not helping you. And who does he find on his hunt? Diana. So it's actually quite this beautiful little tale of the way in which we find things that we're intentionally not looking for sometimes, but it is exactly the thing that we should be finding. And the way that Bacon phrases the wisdom of Pan is as sagacious experience and general knowledge of nature. If you think about the hunter picks up on things that other people might not notice in the environment. Where I see a trampled path, the hunter sees a pathway to and from a burrow and a feeding spot and knows to track it. Right? So the experience in the environment that the hunter has gives them a heightened awareness of potential cues in that area. And this is what I think Bacon meant by sagacious experience and general knowledge of nature. A wise experience is experience not just by going through things, but by attending to them as you go through them, as potentially valuable knowledge. So if you think back to the three princes, they made random observations on the road. How did they know that those observations are the ones they should remember? We all have a finite capacity and for remembering things, but something about those observations seemed potentially valuable to them. They were interesting. They noted them, kept them, and then were able to use them later. And the hunter does the same thing. So we've gone back to Bacon. Let's go a little further to explain why this kind of reasoning is not generally thought of as serendipitous reasoning. And I'm going to blame Plato, actually. And this is a picture just of sophists. Many of you might have heard about Plato's railing against the sophists. In Plato's dialogue, Socrates acts as the wise person who wants to really delineate the clear facts of the world so that we can make agreements amongst ourselves. And he rails against the sophists who do nothing but reason for profit. They manipulate circumstances, they use words in order to produce desired results, regardless of the truth, which Socrates is completely against. And this dynamic in this ancient philosophy, and I admit I'm speaking from an extremely Western philosophy point of view here, and there are many other forms of reasoning to explore in this light, but I'm just going to talk about why we talk about the prepared mind in most of the texts that I'm speaking of. So the problem with the sophists is that they thought that reasoning was a responsive thing. Reasoning is something that you use in a context during interactions with others and towards a purpose. So in this sense, it's not contemplative reasoning, it's active, interactive reasoning that you bring up whatever you have as a resource to use in the argument. So you have to be ready as a sophist to argue from any perspective and for any outcome. To me, this sounds a little bit more like the kind of reasoning or the kind of preparation we might make for serendipity in general. We want to be ready for anything. I can go back even further. What Plato emphasized and what philosophers have taken up in the Western world is theory-based reasoning, so episteme, which is very much cognitive knowledge, techne, which is the application of knowledge to material things, or phronesis, which is practical knowledge, the ability to look at a context and assess what's valuable and what you should work with. These are all top-down ways of reasoning. Metis, on the other hand, is a form of reasoning that has a great pedigree in ancient Greece and is a bottom-up form of reasoning we normally call cunning wisdom. Here's a picture of Metis. It's nearly impossible to find her. She's this one. She's a Titan goddess. She is the original goddess of wisdom. She is the mother of Athena and the wife of Zeus. We nearly forget about her. You almost never hear about her. You can't find pictures of her. Pictures on the web of her are actually of Athena, her daughter, not of her. And this is one of the only images that I've been able to find. And it's a great image because it shows Metis under a chair, and I'll explain that in 1 second. But at the top, so you see Zeus is sitting in the chair, and coming out of his head is Athena, fully clothed in armor. The origin story of why she's fully clothed in armor has everything to do with Metis. Metis was the goddess of wisdom, but there was an oracle that said that if Metis and Zeus reproduced, then they would bear a son who is more powerful than Zeus. And we all know Zeus can't handle that. So Zeus got her engaged. She was a shapeshifter, same as him, and they became engaged in a shape-shifting battle where he cunningly just got her to transform into something small and then swallowed her as a fly. So she was already pregnant, however, with Athena. Swallowed by Zeus, she kept herself busy by building Athena's armor and by crafting all of this inside Zeus's stomach. Zeus, of course, got an enormous headache from this and asked Hephaestus to knock him upside the head, at which point Athena came out, and he felt relieved. Metis, however, stayed in there. She remained in Zeus for the remainder of his time, and she gave him wise counsel from inside. And Athena became the goddess of, the goddess of wisdom. I just wanted to make sure I had the right one there. So she passed that notation on to her daughter. But here we have this powerful Titan goddess, swallowed by Zeus, counseling him as she goes, preparing her daughter for the world and for battle while she does so, and then sending her out, right? A fabulous goddess, and the only picture you can find is her squished underneath Zeus because she's been swallowed as a small thing. And this is really the fate of Metis, the way of reasoning, and the way of reasoning from cunning wisdom, the way of reasoning in context, and in order to get away from an opponent. But it is a wisdom that was admired, and it is the wisdom of the sophists. Sophists are noted for having Metis. Not only the sophists, Odysseus is another great example, often noted for having Metis as his form of wisdom. Cunningly, he got out of all sorts of traps on his way home. Here we see him strapping himself to the boat and blinding and making deaf the sailors of his boat so that the sirens cannot persuade them to go into the rocks. And this is only one case. The Circe case is fabulous as well. There was much trickery involved in that. series of adventures. So Odysseus is often credited with being an exemplary of metis in ancient Greece, and it does come up in the Greek word. But what's happened since then, because we've elevated episteme, techne, and phronesis, and we've neglected metis, is that metis now is associated, as two authors wrote in their review of the history of the word, as the realm of thieves and women. And just take a note of that for a second. Who has cunning wisdom? People who need to fight against their oppressors, need to cheat, need to lie, need to get out of situations. So we have degraded this form of wisdom, but it is the exact kind of wisdom we need to be prepared for anything. Using our own experience, the things that we've learned through working through the world on our own, and then throwing them out there when they'll work, responding to the situation with our reasoning. There's a ton of examples. For generations, it's been relegated to, the underlying members of the population and demoted as a form of reasoning, and instead contemplation and high-level reasoning has been promoted. But these days, it's actually making quite a comeback. There's one of the greatest literature talking about metis and its role talks about things like guerrilla gardening or frugal innovation. The kind of innovation and reasoning that we use when our resources are highly constrained or when we're working outside the bounds of the law. These kinds of reasoning, however, I don't know if you know the story of the bottle on the other side. It's actually, it's a way, if you take a bottle and you put it through a corrugated roof like that with water inside it, it will light the inside of your house. The light goes through the water and expands through the room. It's a non-electric way of lighting the interiors of homes, and it's fantastic. And once it was discovered, it was taken off. It's all over the developing world now. Such a simple invention. I work at a technical university, and frugal innovation is much desired right now. The idea that we can make things cheaply, things that are more flexible, things that are more appropriate for resource-constrained contexts. We want to take the results of that reasoning, which poor people are doing, and use it for our own benefit, right? But again, we have this weird separation happening between the actual kind of reasoning that's going on there. It itself is not valued. That's not what's being taken up. It's the products of that reasoning that we want to profit from. We're still not recognizing the significance of that kind of reasoning. One of the most important talks I heard was in a creativity week, and the woman speaking, I should have put her quotation on here, was mentioning that you can't assume that chance is regarded in the same way from everyone in all different cultures and societies. Serendipity is really an idea of the leisure class. The fact that we might have a valuable discovery come to us and then follow up on that value. But it's not that chance-based reasoning doesn't take place in resource-constrained settings. People who deal with hardship every day come up with all sorts of cunning plans for how they're going to get away with it, how they're going to get by, how they're going to get through. We simply don't see that as an elevated form of reasoning. So I'm arguing to bring back metis. This is the kind of reasoning we see in serendipity. It's not episteme, it's not techne, it's not phronesis. It is about grabbing an opportunity and making it and shaping it in the way that you can. Perhaps it's the foundation of public reasoning as well. So here we see the great pink cap revolution that happened during the women's marches. But this idea of making a pink uterus cap took over as soon as the idea came up, right? This is a perfect way to represent our protest in a way that is loud, is clear, is identifiably female, and calls attention to issues right away by the way it is. The kind of reasoning that protesters use, in fact, is very much cunning wisdom. How do we manipulate our message through the system that we're trying to avoid? And it's very different from the contemplative wisdom of the isolated philosopher who has time and might think rationally about everything. So the more I get into serendipity and the more I think about the kind of reasoning that sagacity actually represents, the more I think that we need to look at the way in which we reason every day, the way in which we grab chance opportunities and make them our own, And the fact that nearly everyone does this, it's not relegated to the leisure class or to remarkable discoveries made by people who then get Nobel Prizes. But serendipity shapes the lives of so many people. And I think what it does is call attention in our world to the kind of reasoning that happens every day in other worlds, simply because it looks different. It doesn't mean it's not the same kind of thing as serendipity. Let's see. So I want to suggest that reasoning towards serendipity is bottom-up. It rests on your own experience. Prepared mind in the sense that you're not prepared for that incident, but in the sense that you're prepared for chance to have an effect on your life. You're ready for that, and that's okay. And it's not a reasoning of luxury. I think it's the reasoning of life. To finish with a little plug, I was invited here because I co-chair the Serendipity Society, as Martin pointed out. So just to point out that there is actually a lot of research going on right now on different aspects of serendipity and defining it and identifying it and making it happen. But also this ethics component is actually really strongly coming out in a lot of the recent work. So I just want to identify that as a very interesting line of research too. And that's all my talk. Thank you. Do I sit?
Thank you, Samantha. Are there any questions or comments? I see quite a lot now. Let's start with Anabel. You please wait for the mic so that the people on Zoom can hear your question.
Thank you so much. Oh, there. Thank you so much for that, Samantha. That was really great to just see how it kind of relates to epistemology. And one of the questions I had that I'm really curious, and I think we'll see some of those findings related in my talk later today, but I'm just really curious about that serendipity in everyday life. And if you can just talk a little bit more about that, because as you will see, I mean, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself, but in our data, we find that that's where people report the least experiences. So, but again, we did talk to academics, so they are like kind of, specific group. So I'm just kind of curious, whether that's related to maybe us not spending enough time, studying the everyday serendipity, because as you said, we have kind of given it a value within science. Maybe that's what we're focusing on mostly. Interestingly enough, the first study we did, we harvested the web for serendipity, which was kind of a unique approach at the time. That we just sort of thought, do people talk about this? And it turns out that they do. So I think that I'm just really curious about that everyday experience. And when we did the analysis, I remember we found that people reported different kinds of everyday serendipity linked to information, but also to objects, to encounters with other people. So I'm just kind of curious what your thought on that is. So thank you.
I guess it depends on what we mean by the everyday. So I admit I also have a biased view of what counts as everyday, right? But if you think about the kind of innovation that happens on a farm or in an average household, these are small-scale innovations that often occur by chance. You either happen across something at a market, and that's going to fit my space just perfectly. I mean, I know these are not discoveries by any means, but I do think they make life more joyful in the sense of finding without seeking. The other everyday experiences I can think of, so Borschel and Yaramsuran has worked a lot on news, how people acquire news, or how they find out about medical information, and the role that serendipity plays there. And a lot of internet searching and interacting towards seeking ends up finding other things. So there's that kind of experience that happens a lot. But I'm thinking mostly of a biography, an autobiography by James Estes. He wrote it a couple years ago, and he's an ecologist who works in the north. And also some work by colleagues of mine where they've interviewed scientists to ask them how much serendipity has played a role in their life. And in both cases, the serendipity happens in the social levels and in the shaping of where they end up, more than it does in the content of their academic interest, right? So most of the scientists who were interviewed, it's my colleague Martin Schaad, they reflected on the fact that they don't really encounter chance much in their science, but they encounter it all the time at conferences, or when they get jobs, or when they see a job advertised, or when they meet a colleague who tells them about something that's very interesting, or someone shares an odd article. These are the levels where serendipity happens, right? So it's not in the content generating discovery, but rather in the leading up to it that people often see it. So that's what I mean by shaping, right? It pushes you in a new direction that you might not otherwise have gone, and then therein lies the value when you get there. And there's lots of good stories in the history of science about that too, about lab exchanges and things. And another good one of Nobel Prize winning is Penzias and starts with a G. And they won a Nobel Prize for finding cosmic background radiation, but really all they did was find a noise that they didn't identify. They thought it was bat poop. And so they actually didn't make the discovery, but they still were rewarded for their role in that discovery, which was entirely serendipitous. So that there's very interesting, these social aspects play such a great role in most of these. Fleming's penicillin got picked up by Oxford because he was a teacher, not because of the article it published. They happened to have a sample of his mold in their teaching lab, and then they started experimenting on it. So these underlying aspects often create the serendipity rather than the cognitive connections. So I guess that's what I mean about everyday serendipity through interactions and being pushed around a bit.
Susan Neumann.
Thank you. A little troubled by your last remark. I wanted to ask something else, but I'll just raise this one too. That Fleming's experiment was picked up because he was teaching at Oxford. I mean, I wouldn't call that serendipity exactly. There's a weighting of different sources of authority that.
Yes, no, exactly. But the fact is that he won the Nobel Prize because of that. I mean, it is another aspect of chance, but it's not. There's a question as to whether serendipity was what happened with Fleming.
Oh yeah.
Because of the contextual nature of it, and this is why I'm really against the genius model, because more often it's not a genius moment that does it. It's the context in which that aha moment becomes a discovery. And the becoming of a discovery is the important part, because otherwise there's no difference in the moment between an aha moment that Rosencrantz makes and an aha moment that Newton makes, except that Newton employed it in his physics and got published, and Rosencrantz had a momentary thought that got forgotten, right? I mean, this is contextual. It's nothing to do with the cognition that's happening at the time.
Right. I mean, but it's not clear to me that it's serendipity exactly. But okay, what I really wanted to ask, I really liked your paper, and particularly your discussion of metis, and being somewhat obsessed with Odysseus for a long time. In fact, we had exactly that picture of the sirens on a poster of ours some years ago. I just wonder if, and I realize how slippery a concept it is that you're trying to fill out with the notion of metis, but can you say just a little bit more about it? I mean, is it
I wrote a chapter on it actually.
Oh, okay,
so
okay.
yes, I can.
Then I'll give you
in
my
the art of
email and ask you.
I can definitely send you a copy, but it's in the Art of Serendipity anthology. Okay, so. The take I get, and from what I've gotten when you look at modern kind of approaches to metis, where they've been looking at it in organizational contexts or its role in governance, and in things like frugal innovation, this is where it's being picked up as a useful tool. But even from the past, this kind of association it's had through the other example that gets talked about a lot is a case in a chariot race, where someone managed to use the context in order to get ahead in a chariot race. It's an example given in an ancient text. And the way in which they raced was not quite fair, and it was very wise in the sense that, you know, not everyone would have picked up on that opportunity. This opportunism is an aspect of it as well. So the way I look at it from philosophy, and I'm starting to look at it actually, is that it happens when individuals contribute their own experience into a situation in a way that reveals an innovative approach. So you might think of it as being like standpoint theory is kind of a philosophical approach. It kind of covers it, but the idea that local knowledge is another way that people are talking about this. So when you actually integrate local knowledge into a scientific experiment, you end up with a perspective on things that you wouldn't possibly have had. So in one of the cases of serendipity, actually not Metis, but that I use as a case of Metis. It's a interdisciplinary group that was working on creating a bridge for a boat, and they were trying to figure out how to build the bridge properly on the boat. And then what they did is introduced the sailors themselves, into the situation, and they changed their perspective on what they should be looking at. And these little things are not necessarily cases of Metis, but they are higher level cases of, like, this is where that kind of reasoning comes from. How do I look at the situation I'm in with the knowledge I have and contribute something that changes the way people see things? So that's where I'm going with it, I confess. But it is very much in the tales a response to oppression, or a response to conflict, or a way of getting out of a conflict situation. Yeah. And I think that's why we don't respect it. As it. Yeah. Thank you. I'll talk more with you about it, though. Yeah. Yeah.
Next one up is Ralf Bukowski.
Want to answer the question, yes. That's okay.
No,
Serendipity, yes.
I just randomly call on people.
Is this okay here? Okay. I'm engaged in writing research proposals, large-scale research proposals actually, for large-scale research. And we know when we write these proposals that methodology is the key to be successful. Now, the problem when designing methodology is that often methodology is already basically deciding what the answers are, and the game is that often the foundations that give you money for your research already know the answers, and by insisting on particular methodologies, they guarantee that these answers are provided. So the researchers who write these research proposals now are in this fight over methodologies, because methodologies are the central part. Often we think, when we're naive, that the questions and the ideas we have are the key to be successful in research proposals. Now it is methodology. So the methodology, the question is then the key in over which we have to fight to create a space for new answers. So the problem is that methodologies have to be devised that allow space for serendipity during the research process, but to convince those who find the funders to
It's hard to
to
get
allow
money
that
for something that might happen by
is
chance.
the key.
yes.
Yeah? So now is the more comment that the serendipity question is central in these fights over how to allow sort of space for coming up with answers that only are answers to questions that arise during the research process. Yeah.
This is a great problem, and it's definitely one I encounter a lot as an assistant professor at TU Delft. and I've been asked actually to speak to young scientists specifically on that topic because they wanted to encourage their supervisors to recognize the importance of non-planned research that happens in their context, and they want to know more about how they can get credit for that, how they can build the skills in that, and they're forced into these methodological requirements. One thing to notice is that we give no space, no formal recognition in things like proposals to the potential for collateral value or for excess value, and this is something I've been working on in R&D contexts where, and it'll probably come up indirectly in Stephen's talk later. But the idea that when you do an experiment, this is kind of what my PhD thesis was on, it was about an experiment in a medical clinical context during which a very unusual observation arose. And this unusual observation then led to a new research direction later on. And when you're dealing with human participants, you've got lots of ethical issues coming up. So I was looking at how that works in that context. You can't just jump on a surprise observation while you have someone under the knife, as you say. And so how to fit in that role into this preamble to science, right? So one thing to remember is that there's nothing about methodology that eliminates the potential for serendipity. The other thing that Walpole says is à la chasse of something different, right? While you're looking for something else, you find the thing that you need. And this does happen all the time in regular research. But where does that thing go? Does it have a place? That's the biggest question, right? In big businesses like 3M, they actually have kind of file drawer policies where they dredge things up on purpose in order to try to recreate innovative potential. We don't know what it means now, we might know what it means later. But you can't file drawer everything, and file drawing things doesn't help you get your PhD. So all of these, it gets caught up in these rituals we need for science, but it is losing ground because more and more people are realizing that the great discoveries are not planned out this way, right? Great discoveries often come from surprise directions or generate new directions, and they want to tap into that potential. But how is the big question? Yeah, it's...
In reality, what we do is that on both sides, the funders and the researchers operate with the understanding that once the project has been accepted, then there's a new stage, and we have some openness in redefining what is going on.
And I know that I can't speak about specifics, but I know lab directors who manipulate the system in order to create that space. The way in which they gain funding is specifically oriented towards giving them the space to explore further in between. But
I have a long list of questions now. Next one up is Silvia.
Thank you so much. I mean, it was a very, very interesting lecture. My question was really general. I was thinking about the connection between the education in general nowadays and the concept of serendipity, because we go toward this, I mean, there is now this kind of more and more specialization since, I mean, people in secondary and further on are pushed young people to specialize very soon, while my impression, I mean, thinking about the past 18th, 19th century, even early 20th century, is many of these sudden discoveries were made by people who had a more holistic preparation, which, and I wonder whether this kind of broader education actually is also part of I mean, create a background or a situation. And the other thing I was interested by is the concept of techne, because you mention it, and it's a kind of, it's not a problematic concept, but there is a story behind it. There is a huge debate about techne from Aristotle to Bacon to Giambattista Vico, etc., where techne is very much a process, learning while doing. Yeah. So, yes, I wanted just to have your insight into
those
these
are both
two
great questions. I'm going to go with the techne question quickly, but the Art of Serendipity anthology has some other really good papers in it as well by artists, and they talk about using chance within their creation process. So techne, it is a huge debate, and I have other colleagues who have much better expertise than I do on that debate, and I rely on them. But as far as the artists go, the difference between attempting to use a material in order to create an object that you have in mind, which is kind of the traditional concept of creativity, really. This they call it the hylomorphic model. I have a creative idea and I apply it in the world. Doesn't reflect the reality of creation in the crafts. Creation in the crafts has to do with, okay, I don't have the same piece of wood for every bowl I make. I have to work with the piece of wood I have to create a bowl out of this. But that takes interacting with the material in a very active and ongoing way. So that is the proper techne, right? Is the ability to take that plan you have and apply it to any kind of material. But now there's an even greater push to talk about the agency of the material itself as an interactive process, rather than a long-term process of learning about the material. But the material sometimes acts back. And then depending on how you allow that to happen, you have more of a concept of allowing chance into your work or not. But I recommend the actual artists talking about their experiences in that book. It's really interesting. The difference between these kinds of perspectives and how they feel like the material really started to control the situation and gave them a whole new direction and how they were going to do something with the textile or with the clay that they're working with. And the first question?
Education.
Education, yes. Education is my bag. Yeah, this is my big thing. And ethics education, of course, is it's a context where serendipity has a great effect. And so I'm actually integrating these approaches in a lot of ways. And again, this is where serendipity is not entirely chance-based. Serendipity is about cultivating a hunting perspective of your world, right? Yeah, so I don't know if it's so much about knowing more things than it is about expecting your expectations to be overturned.
But, for instance, you showed this very interesting, there was the picture of this place where people are supposed to have a coffee break and discuss things out of the box. Mm-hmm. But it's funny because I've been in situations where you have like super mega expert of the thing and they are not even consider the possibility of looking at the same thing from another perspective, and the dialogue is super difficult, and I think that it's really stupid to think that people in a coffee break can actually discuss, because it doesn't happen. It's a kind of overstructure. So it's not education about, when I was saying that holistic, it's because nowadays, I noticed that sometimes I'm talking to old scholars, people that are now retiring, etc. And I'm fascinated because often they have a kind of openness that doesn't exist in later generations, that they know about philosophy, a little bit about arts or other kind of, different topics. And therefore they are more kind of open and curious, I would say. It's about curiosity. While, my impression is that curiosity is, as you were saying, it's in part is not really one of the, I think, skills or ability or possibility that is really taken into account in modern education. But maybe I'm wrong. I think it's about humility. I think humility is the key, actually. And it is, for me, the grounding aspect epistemologically is about the overturning of expectations. You don't encounter serendipity, you encounter a problem if you're not ready for your expectations to be overturned. Thomas Kuhn talks about accumulating anomalies over time before you get a paradigm shift in science. But he doesn't talk about what pushes you past that threshold. It's just at some point you go, this might be interesting instead of annoying.
right? And the same thing happened with the possible bat poop on the dish. It's an annoying sound, we can't get rid of it. It might be interesting after all. Turns out they've been looking for just such a sound over at another laboratory, right? But it is about allowing your own expectations to be overturned, which is a humility perspective. Yeah.
Again, I have a long list of questions, so perhaps brief answers and brief questions. Sorry. Stephen is up next.
Okay, thanks. I'll try and formulate it briefly then. I guess I was thinking as you were talking, and afterwards during the questions about this concept of prepared mind, and then talking about students and kind of the process of learning research, I guess, reiterated this. And maybe you could talk a little about it seems to me there's a tension between the preparedness of the mind in a theoretical sense in being able to kind of recognize the potential value in something, but also then that leads down the path of this kind of theory-ladenness of observation, where you're likely to dismiss anomalies as, say, experimental mistakes or something like this, and that's a big part of the sort of learning how to do research, is often when mistakes are made, that to recognize those as, no, you've made an experimental mistake, go back and look at it again, and it's not the theory that's wrong, it's something that you've done wrong. And there's seems a tension there, and I wondered if you had something more to say on that from this perspective, because it seems this is sort of less theory-driven, the kind of bottom-up reasoning you're talking about.
So you're suggesting because, what's the tension between specifically? What are the two things?
Recognizing anomaly as something that might be valuable versus the understanding of theory that you need to have in order to recognize that it's valuable, and that understanding of theory as shaping the way that you observe. Yes,
this is the tension, and even so, Merton in 1948 came up with the serendipity pattern, right? And I loved his phrasing: the datum imposes itself upon an observer, who then strategically addresses it. And his meaning of strategy in that case is the bringing the observation in line with theory. And so he's not saying drop theory. He's saying that you have to be able to recognize the impact your observation has on the theory that you have. It might not be to drop the theory or destroy it, but it might be to adjust it or accept, nuance within it. But this observation is in relation to what you already know. And those are the expectations you have, right? So that's why I sit on expectations so heavily, because that's the theory is kind of a way of explaining what you expected to happen. I think of it quite broadly though too, and so again, Dunbar and Fogelstein talk about how scientists don't really drop anomalies as being mistakes in practice. They talk about them. They decide together whether to drop that and decide it was a mistake, and they'll just do the experiment again, or whether it has an impact on the theory that their experiment was based on. And there's great work being done now as well on the importance of failure for getting knowledge. Failure actually produces knowledge, the same as success. And so once you accommodate that, then it's not so much attention. It's a back and forth process that happens in these practice contexts. What we teach students, though, is that there's a theory, and that when they do something wrong, then it's not the theory, but it's them that's wrong. And really, I think that's the impact of grad school, is you kind of get through grad school and become a researcher as you realize that, no, sometimes the theory is wrong. And that's the confidence you get coming into science, right? And so I think the tension is slightly artificial, and held up by institutions, but not really in practice so much.
A few years back, I learned about a new publication, a journal that was exclusively there to publish failed projects.
Trial and Error,
Yeah.
the Journal of Trial
Yeah.
and Error. Yeah, they're great.
Is that still going?
Oh, yes.
Yeah.
Yes, we've just
Yeah.
started a series actually of scientists have been asked to submit narratives of serendipitous findings.
All right.
And then we're going to analyze them for fun.
Great stuff.
Yeah.
Next on my list is Albrecht.
So I think it stays a bit with the education side. So I think what I really like, it's serendipity is not just for the geniuses. I really like that message. But if you look at the other side of citizen science, science within society, the value of science, and also the process, I think there is this prepared mind, and I get that this may be really sort of the general public's sort of this just being cunning. I could see this, but then the next step that we need to validate, and I think we saw it in the videos quite nicely, that this is sort of if you get the experiment wrong, you're out, because I think sort of that's, and so this question, how much can we see that now, having sort of the whole planet networked, having basically everybody could be a scientist in a way. So we would have an infinite number of people doing experiments in a way. Basically serendipity on the large, not just in the Oxford lab, which then gets published. What can we do that basically citizen science really gets on that without making science sort of like, oh yeah, you don't have to know anything, everybody can be a scientist. And I think that's the other danger we see at the moment, that, oh, I have my science, you have your science, and I believe in my science, and this may be sort of as good as yours. Sort of this question we have at the moment also in society.
Yes. This comes up really nicely. Sorry, I had the example and then your last sentence, I just lost it. So first of all, no, not everyone can be a scientist, but also not everyone can be anything, right? So this is why I'm leaning towards. This is why I'm leaning towards standpoint theory, because cunning wisdom is the utilization of your own wisdom and your own experience and your particular viewpoint and what you have to contribute to that perspective, right? Even within science, as we talked, you can think my science is better than your science. One of the reasons why I'm kind of trying to recover metis is the idea that there's a hierarchy of reasoning at play here that would work much better as a plurality than a hierarchy. So one of the really difficult things about citizen science is the interaction between, there's methodology interactions, so explaining the methodology can sometimes be so difficult that you actually can't get an understanding, and then they don't want to use the same methodology, but you somehow have to bring them in line in order for evidence to aggregate, right? And evidence coming together from different sources is one of the biggest problems we have today. I feel like this is one of those cases, right, where it's not so much that they're not doing science, but what are they doing and how is it valuable? And if we take that viewpoint and we try to suss that out, then we can fit it with the other kinds of knowledge. But to say immediately you're not doing something that, like to presume the hierarchy is never going to get us there. You have to respect the difference, and that those contributions might actually change your expectations, but also that doesn't diminish the experience and contribution that you can make.
Sorry, just to ask back on that one. So can we separate between sort of the cunning mind and the experimentation? Can we basically, does this need to be the same person? I think, because I think a lot of people will discover anomalies, but a very small set of people can do the replication. So is there sort of some way we can sort of separate it? Because very often this is sort of the same team, the same person as in our current understanding.
So I guess if I wanted to explain it in philosophy of science terms, I would say that the stage of abduction is where the cunning wisdom really comes into play. You see something, as Peirce said it, you see a surprising observation. If this other thing was true, then the surprising observation would not be surprising. So that means this other thing is possibly true. And this is about hypothesis formulation, right? But different hypotheses might be formulated. They get formulated at all stages of research, not just at the beginning and then we set off on this linear path, but we make hypotheses about how our research is going along the way. And that's really where the cunning can get in. And I think that scientists are not uncreative people. They innovate within their own practice. There's great stories of innovating and discoveries being made by accident all the time. And this is a responsive reasoning that scientists are using in order to get the value out of what otherwise would be a mistake. Oh, I left that test tube out too long. Oh, but look what happened. And there's so many stories of that, right? Whether or not we think that that is a valuable form of reasoning as a society and as a scientific society pushes us toward recording or not those instances. So you don't see those instances in scientific journals because we're supposed to be rational in our scientific journals. You see them on blog posts where people talk about their daily experiences or when they're sharing fun stories of accidental science. But the fact that we separate those out is already problematic. It gives people a bad view of science as being highly rational and linear and progressive in a way that it's just not. So I don't think citizen science is as far from practice of science as we think. And I think that it's a different form of knowledge that you would have to, I don't think it's different people doing it. I think it's different stages of research. So yes, you make a hypothesis, but then you have to prove it. As a philosopher, I make a hypothesis, and then I have to go prove it. I have to go and look out and see whether this is an idea already defeated by someone, or whether it plays out in the real world as an ethicist. This is an important aspect of my proving or not proving.
We have 2 questions remaining on the list. I suggest, or do you have more on the web? No. Yeah, well, Rudiger, you go first.
Yeah, thanks. Samantha, one metaphor you used to describe the prepared mind or the serendipity principle was perspective, or change your perspective so it can be successful.
Expectations, yeah.
Yeah, expectation, yes, was one, but you
you're
said,
right, I did say that.
You say, sorry, yeah. Because I have to stick to this very notion, because I would suggest another visual metaphor here now, and that is focus. How about focus? I think this is very important. The right to have the right kind of focus. I mean, if you have no questions, there is no answer. This is very, very clear. So, but if you have, if you are too much focused, you very often can't see the answer, because you don't realize this is an answer to your question. Mm-hmm. So, obviously, you have to have a specific, a broader focus, not a very focused focus, but a broader one. So, and that is the crucial point here, you see. Mm-hmm. And that's why I would like to return to the sagacity, to the original kind of wisdom. Mm-hmm. What is the original wisdom like? You see, that is a collection of specific cases, of similar cases. And similar, I think, is here the important notion. It's not exactly, I mean, modern science is, I have a symptom and say, well, I know the symptom is the symptom for X, Y, Z, and I have the penicillin or whatever kind of remedy. But sagacity is mine, oh, well, I have, and the older you are, the more sagacity you have, because you have lots more experience and so on. So your focus broadens. It's not as sharp as a modern science, but it's something like, and that's the whole point. Is there something like...
I actually like the metaphor of peripheral vision rather than focus. It's the allowance of peripheral vision while focusing. Attention is a big issue in the serendipity literature, especially in the information sciences, and this is where you get, like, what is the trigger? And how does a trigger work? And for me, epistemologically, I created the category of potential value, because there's no way to describe what you're noticing at the very moment, because you don't know what it is yet. You just know it might be valuable. And so you attend to it, right? It catches your attention. But then we can't attend to everything, right? We do have to also focus. So I think the reason why people have more sagacity as they're older is because of a buildup of experience and having your expectations overturned. So you learn how to see when that's about to happen. Some people are very good at that younger, though, as well. And you know, I can tell the tale of my serendipitous arrival at this place in my life, but part of it has to do with the fact that I read poster boards in high school, all of them. I just walked around, I read all the posters. So I saw things that were happening that other people didn't know were happening. I just used a different resource. But it was a broad-based resource. 9 times out of 10, none of those posters were interesting to me. And I had to keep reading them, even though they weren't interesting. So I couldn't let my expectation that something interesting might happen be defeated on the first occurrence. So in that way, attention is, like, there is something that drives you to continue to attempt to notice more, I think. So maybe a diffused focus, or an ability to see things that are happening on the side, possibly. But also, this is a luxury. The counter to triggers are prevention or pressures, they're often called. A boss that's on your back drives you to focus and ignore.
Guildenstern.
Yeah. Yeah, and we've all got our Guildensterns. Poverty, time pressure, self-confidence, lack of self-confidence can all force you to focus more and ignore things at the side that might be distractors, because you don't even have the time to evaluate whether the distractions or not. You have to have the time and the attention to evaluate whether something is a distraction or potentially interesting, even if it's a split second. And if you don't have that time, then you won't notice something potentially valuable. And this is kind of why I want to bring it in line with Cunning Wisdom, because Cunning Wisdom is not about having the time. And the way we conceive of serendipity often is about this leisure, is in this leisure context where we have the time and not the pressure. But in other contexts, the similar kind of reasoning is happening without any time and with lots of pressure. And that's what we call cunning. And for me right now, I want to sort out the difference between those if there is one. But yeah, so focus is an interesting thing, but I think it's more about how much you can attend to. Yeah.
One last question from Dominic Bonfiglio.
I think everyone's had a go.
Yeah, I wanted to bring the conversation to maybe a more banal level, away from knowledge to the everyday experiences. So I was thinking the whole time about consumerism, right? So normally you see a shiny object, it arouses your desire, and you pursue it. Now, if you have the means, you can buy it, or, but it's often been my experience that getting what you want is not as fulfilling as getting something that you unexpectedly came across. So I was thinking about the used clothing stores kind of as a model for serendipity, where
I love used clothing stores.
Right, you're hunting, you're looking for something, but you don't really know what you want. But so you're making an effort. There's
and
a
you're
kind
actually
of
better
focus.
off not wanting anything when you walk in, because you probably won't find it.
All right, and I was thinking maybe there's an ethical component to that. I've seen that as people have gone away from buying new stuff, right? I think new stuff is a paradigm for wanting something and then getting it, But the whole idea of not getting new things is a way of kind of embracing serendipity as a consumerist principle. And it might be a way to kind of say that behind sagacity, there's also potentially an ethical motivation too, if you put it in this context and not in the context of efficiency and what's the best way to gain new knowledge and new insight.
Yeah, that matches with the humility point I was making, right, when it comes to knowledge, but also humility in that I might find something better than what I want, right? I might not know what I want. I have to be humble about my own expectations as well. And I do think that will help with climate change. I think generally if we're better able to deal with uncertainty as a population, we're going to have a much better time with climate change. But this kind of letting go of your expectations about what you should get and instead opening up to what you could get given what's out there. I love that. Yeah, that's very nice. Recommender systems is a huge research area in Serendipity right now, because many designers of recommender systems want to build in that pleasurable experience into the consumerism that they're promoting.
Just real quickly, what is a recommender system?
Google.
Oh.
Yeah, or Spotify, which is actually renowned for its serendipity producing algorithms. But there's a number of young researchers working on this, and they all bring in the ethics component, because when you create the same emotional response as serendipity, it's not actually serendipity unless you come out with something valuable. So if they're creating serendipity experiences, what is that, and what should we do about it? It's actually quite, Sandra Erdelez has an epilogue in my book coming out that says, like, it's a bit scary. It's scary that they can, because it creates a space for emotional manipulation and advertising that we hadn't really thought about. But this bringing serendipity back in to recommender systems there is a strong ethical component. Is it actually serendipitous, or is someone manipulating behind the scenes in order to create that experience for you? And does that make a difference in outcome? Yeah, it does make a difference. so it is, this is a huge topic, and it is ethical. Yeah.
Before we break for lunch now, I'd like you to join me in thanking Samantha.
That's all the questions.
And I'd like to remind everybody that we will reconvene here at 3 p.m.
Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Yeah. Welcome everybody to the afternoon session of our symposium on serendipity, here in the room and online as well. Before I begin, I have a little feedback from our online participants. They complain that sometimes it's difficult to understand what's going on here, so please use the microphone for the discussion afterwards and here as well. I mean, there is no further explanation. So, what is true for all sorts of conferences is even more so for this one, for this symposium. The most important things happen during the coffee and lunch breaks, so we have plenty of these breaks here with the in particular the serendipitous moments in these breaks. But between the breaks there are talks, and now we have the next one. The opening of our afternoon session is by Stephen Scholte from Brighton. He is about to complete his PhD on, I cut it short, serendipity and psychopharmacology. The complete title is on the screen. Stephen.
Changes every day. Well, thanks very much, and thanks for having us, particularly Martin, for the invitation. And I guess I will show my British being enculturated, starting with an apology that my talk won't be quite as nicely scripted as the ones we've had so far. So I hope you'll bear with me. I'm used to kind of talking through prompting with slides, and so we'll go with that today. But the things I'd like to talk to you about today are the basis of two papers that are part of my PhD. And the first half, or hopefully I won't spend half the time talking about it, but I will try to provide some reflections on the concept of serendipity through a more analytical perspective. And the second half, I take a more linguistic, constructivist perspective and ask similar kinds of questions, but through different methods. So essentially, the question I'm looking at here is, what are we talking about when we're talking about serendipity in psychopharmaceuticals? So I've realized from chatting to a few of you that some of the kind of core components that I have become accustomed to are maybe not something that's shared by everyone. So I'll start with a little bit of an introduction into why this is relevant for psychopharmaceuticals. But the first half follows this kind of argument that I'm presenting here. So basically, coming to this topic from a background in science technology studies, one of the first questions that I was asking myself was, well, what is not serendipity? If we're looking at research and science, and serendipity has to do with chance, where in science do we find occurrences that have none of this role of chance in it? And so this was kind of starting me down this path of asking questions, well, okay, what are the core components of these ideas of serendipity? And we find if we look at the literature that this is very varied, right? That different authors are giving us different definitions of serendipity. Different authors are giving us different focal points within these definitions. There are some key factors that I'll talk about in a moment, but first I'll just give you the sort of the background story on psychopharmacology. So psychopharmacology, we're talking about drugs that are developed to treat disorders that we describe as either psychological or psychiatric disorders. Normally the designating text for these is the DSM, the Diagnostics and Statistical Manual. This is used in the US and a lot of other places. In Europe we engage more often with the ICD, which is broader but has a section on psychiatric disorders. Interestingly, there's a lot of shifts within these diagnostic categories over the years. And I'll talk a little bit more about that later when I talk about intentions and goals. But one of the interesting shifts is that often when things become more clearly defined, they move out of this realm and into the realm of neurology. So that's another kind of topic that may or may not come up. But the standard story with psychopharmacology goes that the main families of drugs that we use now, the initial iteration of that family of drugs was found by serendipity, right? So these are some of the kind of reductive stories that kind of lead to this narrative. So antidepressants, there's a few different families that we use now as antidepressants, but they're one of a few drugs that came from, the story goes, research into antihistamines. We have MAOIs, which are monoamine oxidase inhibitors. This came from research into tuberculosis drugs. So these families here are the core of what is used now in a lot of psychiatric psychiatric drug treatment, basically. The drugs that we use now are almost always multiple generations down the line from these drugs. I think the only one that is still used on an everyday basis or as a first line of treatment from this generation is lithium. But the what we'd call in our department incremental innovations on these initial drugs have developed into the drugs that are prescribed on a daily basis today. So this is kind of why serendipity is such a strong part of the narrative in psychopharmacology. So we'll get to some of the kind of what appear to be causal mechanisms behind that in a minute. So when we look at theory in serendipity, and we've talked a lot about these concepts already over the last few days, I found it interesting actually that the first talk we had was about the genesis of the word and the Walpole story, which really neatly matches most of the theory papers that you read about serendipity. They all start with some kind of etymological story, or most of them start with some kind of etymological story. And authors are reaching back to this as a touchstone for the validity of their definition that they're about to provide, and then they ubiquitously move away from that initial definition. But the core kind of terms that come up in this have always something to do with unexpectedness, accident, intentions, and often this is then related back to existing theory. So I'm sure a lot of you have read the Merton book, and the Merton serendipity pattern was referenced here. This makes a really explicit reference to existing theory as the basis for our expectations. So I want to talk a little bit about expectations, accidents, intentions, the prepared mind, so what this means and whose mind are we speaking of. This also relates to the idea of expectation. Who is it that is doing the expecting in this case? So if something is unexpected, does it matter who is expecting that? Does it matter what basis they're developing their expectations on? Right? And then the third element here is something about value or success or goals. Sometimes it's left implicit in terms of discovery, right? So in those implicit cases, discovery is assumed to be something of value. But in other cases, we're talking about something that is explicitly described as valuable. If we accidentally discover something terrible, it's not serendipity, right? We all agree with this. So then we have to ask these questions about, well, what counts as valuable, what counts as success, and under what conditions? Mm-hmm. And without these things, we don't have this concept of serendipity. So to kind of address the first point broadly in the context of psychopharmacology, I want to look at these concepts you may have seen on the first slide. I think it's useful to talk about them in terms of a spectrum or a dimension, each of these concepts. So if we think about the levels of theory, if we're looking at expectation as based on theory, the rational expector, the person doing the expecting, bases this expectation on theory. We can think about different levels of theory. So in the broadest possible frame, we can imagine a level of theory which says there is a physiological basis to, or physiological role at least, of the mind, of the brain in disorders of the mind, right? And if we find a chemical that interacts with the brain in a given way, we may be able to influence this, this disorder of the mind. Can imagine this as the most broad version of this theory, and this is something that's been running through, well, I mean, it is psychiatry. It's been running through scholarship on mental illness and the mind for 100 years, seriously, approximately. Copeland is credited with a bit of this, but it's a long story, but it's something that's been around for a long time. On the really fine scale, in contemporary psychopharmacology, we can talk about targets, and we can talk about, say, a particular receptor site on a particular neuron. And you can design a chemical, a compound, which is able to attach itself to this receptor site on a particular neuron. So this we can talk about as a level of theory as well. This is really fine-grained theory. The in-between level, and again this is kind of reductive on my own part, but the in-between level in this field is where a lot of the ambiguity happens. So we can, well, initially during the time that these discoveries were made, this fine-grained level wasn't anywhere near as developed as it is now either, but the intermediate translationary level is still in its infancy. Well, infancy, there's still a lot of gaps. And we don't have good models for translating physiological bases into the phenomenological or symptomological criteria that make up our diagnostic categories. There's an assumption in this field in some places that a diagnostic category is a the things that we label as diagnostic categories are causal towards their symptoms. So if you have depression, it causes you to sleep poorly, it causes a loss of appetite, it causes anhedonia. We don't have a good physiological model that backs up these kinds of claims. So in this field, we get this kind of ambiguity and expectation on this kind of meso level, I'll call it. To make my point clearer, I think you need to have some comparisons. And in the second half, I'll do the same with astronomy again. But here we can look at, if I've used this as a comparison point in a few places, so ended up reading a lot of literature that comes from astronomy and astrophysics that talks about serendipity. And in these cases, the ambiguity is of a different kind. Their expectations are built differently. So the things that they're discovering, they have theory to explain these, right? So the bodies that they're discovering, in most cases, occasionally you get a phenomena that's really new. But in most cases, when we're talking about serendipity, it's finding something of a form that we're already familiar with, but in a place that we didn't necessarily know that it was going to be, right? So this is a different kind of uncertainty. It doesn't affect theory in the same way. And it doesn't imply a lack of this meso-level theory. The theory that's lacking in this case is a sort of all-encompassing broad-scale theory that might tell us exactly where every astral body in the universe is, right? It's not about whether or not a certain type of star is a certain type of star. So in my impression, and I'm happy to kind of talk about this afterwards, the gaps in theory are at a different place. And I think if we go through a lot of the classical examples of serendipity, we find that these levels differ in different fields and in the different constructions of serendipity that we have. And I think if we allow all of these levels, or if we don't specify at which level we're talking about, then we get a concept which is almost all-encompassing. And what I guess I'm looking for here is a concept that is able to differentiate more clearly. I feel like when we allow all of these levels, what we get is a concept that highlights certain elements of a research process, but doesn't allow us to differentiate between different cases. And that's a theme I'll come back to. So this is a similar thing going on here. When I think about expectation, the question that came to me quite early on was, who is doing the expecting? So if a discovery is unexpected, we have questions about whether you can unexpect something, right? but if we take it as just an antonym to expectation, then there are theories, and I'm not going to sort of point out specific papers here, but I'm sure some of you have read theories where serendipity can occur in any given individual. It's a subjective phenomena. So therefore, any given case can count as serendipity and not serendipity, right? And when we get to this level of subjectivity, again, this isn't something that helps us to differentiate between cases in science. It becomes a phenomenological thing, or it becomes, a subjective concept. That's maybe interesting, but I don't think it's useful for the analysis of science. And often when we're using this concept, it gets drawn into, as you'll know, debates about science funding and direction of research. And this level of subjective, non-differentiating serendipity, I don't think is particularly useful in those contexts. So then we get to this is again a kind of a reductive set of ideas that I've been trying to formalize somehow. This is one attempt at it. We get to a kind of a middle level where we might have something like the disciplinary prepared mind, which is the expert or the given researcher in a given discipline who knows a broad range of relevant theory, and they're using the standard theory to develop their expectations about what might come out of a given situation. This doesn't imply that they know all the theory that's out there. They know the dominant theory at a given time. The third option I've got here is something that I see as equivalent to what economists use as the ideal rational agent, which is sort of free and open access to all information, free movement of information, and fully rational decision making. So this person may be, in my reading of Merton's serendipity pattern, this is the expecting. This is who is doing the expecting, is this person who has full access to all available theory and makes a purely rational decision on the basis of those theories about what to expect. Sorry, I'm not keeping an eye on the time. Okay, I'll try and quickly go through this. This one is another branch of ideas that I've been kind of working on, which is drawing in the ideas of observational routines and instrumentation into the idea of the prepared mind, using Clark and Chalmers' idea of the extended mind. But if we can talk about that later, if people would like to get into that more. The issue with this idea of expectation in terms of even the rationally or the ideally prepared agent, as I've termed it, is that we end up in spaces where this doesn't function because there is a lack of theory or there are competing theories in a given space. And in those cases, you can argue that there is nothing on which to base expectation. So if we're looking at this meso level where in the 1950s and 60s in psychopharmacology, there isn't a theory that people can base their drug development on besides this very broad theory. We don't have this kind of meso level theory. So it's not that their observations are in contrast to theory, which is another component in a lot of definitions of serendipity, is that your observation should be anomalous, right? We have this kind of Kuhnian theme running through a lot of definitions of serendipity, where you get these anomalous observations. They're not anomalous because there's nothing against which they can be anomalous, right? The other question then is, what about situations where there are two competing theories and there's not one which is necessarily dominant? Right? Or even if there is one which is dominant, somebody who believes in the less dominant theory, they are expecting or they are basing their work on this less dominant theory. So from the subjective perspective, it's not serendipity, but from the perspective of the discipline, it is anomalous. If the dominant theory is shown to be incompatible with the results of this person's experiment, what we get then is serendipity on the part of the discipline, but deliberate, structured, intentional research on the part of the researcher. So, yeah, I've said a little bit of this. In contemporary psychopharmacological research, we're at this point where empirically, any discovery, if we're talking about rational expectation, any discovery that you come up with fits most of our definitions of serendipity, even if that's your intention. So we get to this point of intention, we'll go back to in a second. But empirically, almost every single drug that's developed is going to fail in some way or another. So if you as a psychopharmacologist, if you as a researcher or a chemist working in this field believe that your drug is going to succeed, you're almost certainly irrational, right? Great, and people have to try. I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, but I remember I can't remember his name, unfortunately. There was a researcher who came to Sprue when I was first there and did a seminar, and he was a pharmacologist or a pharmacological chemist actually, and he described his career as being very successful because he had 2 drugs that made it to phase 2 trials, right? So this is still multiple phases away from getting to market, and this, for him and within this discipline, was a successful career. Yeah. Whoops. So, as I said, then we get onto this idea of intention, right? So in those cases, expectation and intention are far from synonymous. We have intention, yes, these people are definitely intending to produce a drug. We can get into how specifically we can define that intention in a moment, but there is some form of intention there. They should rationally not be expecting to succeed in this case. We get rid of some of the issues of this kind of likelihood when we start to look at intention, but I think that we can also find issues with this as well. So to get into the kind of, there's not a huge amount of specific literature on theory in psychopharmaceuticals. Baumeister and a group of his colleagues have written a few interesting papers on this. There's a paper from Donald Klein that looks at this, but a lot of them are drawing on empirical examples rather than focusing on theory construction. I think in terms of theory construction, there's a Gittleman paper which looks at institutional and observational routines. I don't think she uses the term serendipity, but really taps into these things. I won't go too much into the mechanisms because I don't think I have too much to add in that sense. The theory, on the other side, I think we can hash out a little further. So in terms of intentions, we can look at lithium as one of the classic examples. So the research, and there's many different ways that this story has been told over the years, but one of the common ways that it's described is that the initial research had something to do with looking at mania. Again, this is a problem with shifting diagnoses over time, right? What was then described as mania isn't quite what we call bipolar, but is seen as sort of an evolution of bipolar. So let's call it bipolar. And the hypothesis was that this had something, or that the treatment effects that they'd observed had something to do with uric acid. So then there's experiments on uric acid. Eventually, reductive, we get to a point where they realize that it's lithium in this that is having the sort of calming effects on the manic patients, right? So in this sense, there is an intention to produce a drug or to produce a treatment that has a positive effect on manic patients. So in this case, we have an intention that makes sense, that aligns with the actual outcome. In this case, again, the part of this that people describe as serendipitous is the discovery of what that mechanism is and the sort of refining of this. But the outcome is what they were aiming for, in some sense. As another kind of perspective on this idea of intention, so Goodyear, and I think some people say that this isn't serendipity, some people say that it is, but the Goodyear sort of vulcanization process, right? This turning rubber into something that's more durable and more useful. So the story with this one, I'm sure probably most of you have heard it. He knocks the rubber onto the stove, and then we get something that's useful. Obviously, in that case, intention succeeds, right? He's found something that he was looking for. But did he intend to knock the rubber onto the stove? Probably not. But then we get this kind of mismatch of intention at a really fine scale, right? So we get a different level of missed intention there. Another one that's I haven't actually seen in any serendipity literature, but I think fits a lot of these stories really well. It's a Minnesota coronary survey. I don't know if you have other people familiar with this. So there was it was part of a much larger scale set of trials in the US in the 50s, I think, and based on the hypothesis that lipids in saturated fats were leading to coronary heart disease. And the Minnesota branch of this study was a really nicely controlled trial in public institutions where it was randomized, double-blind. One set of participants gets the regular diet, one set gets highly controlled, no saturated fat diet. And the idea was to reduce the lipids in the experimental group. In this place, success, right? That intention, successful. 20 years later, we go back to the study, well, it was only published about 20 years after it was done. More recently, we've had people re-examining this data and finding evidence in this data to suggest that there's other mechanisms going on, and they have been able to produce information which is, in theory, able to improve public health and reduce coronary heart disease, but through a different mechanism. So the hypothesis here was wrong. The initial intention to reduce lipids, tick. The final intention to produce public health outcomes, if we extend it to another set of researchers, tick. But the intention to prove your hypothesis, wrong, right? So again, we've got some intentions succeeding, some intentions not succeeding, but on different levels. I'm not going to go too much more on these things because I want to get to the other half of the story here, which is the more empiric end on my side. I think it's probably not too controversial to say that if we're talking about value, that this is a socially embedded construct, right? Whenever we're saying that serendipity needs to be something valuable, this is something that isn't a given. There's not an objective value. In psychopharmacology, there's a series of hurdles that need to be passed in order for something to become available on the market. This is one measure of value. We can look at value in terms of the experience of the people that end up consuming those drugs. We can look at success in terms of a firm's success. So how much money a firm is making out of a given drug. We can look at success in terms of the individual pharmacologist who's produced those drugs or the team of pharmacologists. So we have a lot of different ways that we can judge value here. All of them are somehow socially embedded. As another, this just hopefully to spark conversation more than anything, the one thing that's come up for me in looking at this is a kind of Eurocentrism in the ways in which we talk about validation of serendipitous observations and some of the theories of serendipity which allow for translation of, say, folk knowledge or particularly indigenous non-Western knowledge into scientific knowledge, and then we count that as serendipity. Because now that we've proven it through science, it's something that's robust, whereas people using a particular herb or, say, birch bark or psilocybin, things that are now becoming, well, birch bark has a long time been accepted pharmacologically, but psilocybin are much more recent development. These things can, under some of these definitions, and are sometimes explicitly described as serendipitous. And I don't have much more to say, but that kind of rubs me the wrong way. So these are some of the points of success that I just spoke about in psychopharmacology. So one way that I've kind of come to think about this is, and this is more for an aesthetic enjoyment because it joins the idea of psychology or the diagnostic categories and serendipity together, but an impression that I get in reading a lot of theory is that serendipity seems to be treated as a thing that's out there in the world and that we can study as a discrete phenomena. To me, it appears to be more like how I've described the diagnostic categories as a reification of a bunch of characteristics that happen in everyday research, and we group them together under this label of serendipity, in the same way that we do with psychiatric diagnoses or psychological diagnoses. So I guess to get to this at the end of this part, my point is that it seems to be if we allow all of these areas or all of these dimensions to vary in serendipity, what we get is a concept that's almost all-encompassing, right? And it's hard for me to distinguish between science and serendipity, or research and serendipity. And particularly coming from, as I think I said at the start, the background where what I've been taught for the last 10 years is science is messy. Science, you know, Latour going into the laboratory and looking at what people are doing on a daily basis, and they can't explain necessarily their tacit knowledge or their surreptitious, or not surreptitious, their suspicions or the ways in which they act on an everyday basis. And then I guess the question is, where in science is there not chance involved, or where in science is there not some sort of mess involved? And I think, I mean, to make it more analytical, we can go to people like Nancy Cartwright and look at the ways in which laws and models are necessarily adapted to empirical situations, right? There's no direct correlation or direct translation from hypothesis or law. Every time we collect data on something, we're then adapting our theory to match the data in some way. And the ways in which we're adapting this theory, we can't anticipate beforehand. We can't expect those things. So there's an element of expectation, even, as she argues, in theory or like really refined physics, right? Which I think is nice, because that's kind of, you take the hardest route there if you're going to argue with physicists about this. To argue with sociologists about it, they say, yeah, sure. To argue with a physicist is a different story. So then, with all of this in mind, then I say, okay, well, but we still use this word, and it still seems to work, and still seems to have a function, and there's still something interesting about it. So what is it? If I'm going to argue that there's not a clear analytical message going on here, why does this come up all the time? So my idea with this paper is to take that and look at the ways in which authors are using this term in empirical literature. So I won't talk too much about it, but one of the sort of theoretical bases for this is to look at a Wittgensteinian perspective on language and say, well, okay, we're not talking about analytical things. What we're talking about here is function within a context. And meaning can be brought out through looking at how this term functions within a given language game. So I take this and add a little onto this through Austin. I think Austin's performative language theory is a nice extension of Wittgenstein anyway, or it narrows it down a little bit. And then in the end, you'll see I take this idea of performative and look at Gieren's concept of boundary work, which I don't know how many are familiar with, but we'll get there. So the first step in this, again, this is a much more empirically driven paper. So the first step in this is to kind of look at and validate my assumptions about where serendipity occurs in empirical literature. So this is, I'm using Scopus in this context. I've done the same analyses on Web of Science as well. I've ended up using Scopus for this paper because the subject classifications are neater and nicer for the subsequent steps in this. But here we've got a list of references to serendip with a kind of, what do you call that, an asterisk, so you get the different constructions of the term by subject area, and this is total publications. We can arrange it by proportion of the total publications in that discipline within the Scopus database. And so you can see we've got Earth and Planetary Sciences, Pharmacology right up the top. We've got Physics and Astronomy. And then we have some other ones in here that are somehow related to this, what I've ended up calling the psych disciplines. So one of the questions that I have then is, does the appearance of this term in the literature then reflect a greater occurrence of serendipity in these disciplines? Because if we're going to study something empirically and we're looking for justification as to which areas we should be looking for serendipity, this is one way that you might expect people to travel bibliometrically. If you don't look too closely at it, you may then think that this is representative of a high occurrence of serendipity in these disciplines. So that's a question we'll get to. And then looking at how the word functions in those contexts. So I've thought we need at least two disciplines there to make some kind of comparison. So looking at the keyword association, so this is from the top 100 most cited papers in that same database. We can see in here, this is a really strong focus on what we'll talk about as sort of psychopharm and the psych disciplines. You can see drug structure, drug discovery, drug targeting. There's a lot of drug-related terms in there, and then different things about the style of research related to drug development. So that's sort of gives us an idea of the common themes being talked about in the most cited articles in this subset. So in the end, I've chosen, like, my background is in psychology anyway, and I was going to look at this as kind of a bit of a post hoc justification, but at least confirming my assumptions about the discipline empirically. So I've chosen here to look at these subsections which all have something to do with mind, brain, and behavior, right? Which is kind of the standard definition for what do psychologists look at: mind, brain, and behavior. So I've tried to group things in that sense, and as a comparison point, looking at astronomy and astrophysics as something which has a different methodological structure, but is also highly represented in these proportions of serendipity. So basically, I developed two data sets based on this, and I take a random sample of 100 papers from each of these sets and run it through sort of manual coding setup. So, and I think we had a discussion over lunch about the random number generator. I think I actually used this fellow's random number generator to do this. But so we have search strings here. These on the left-hand side are all of the subject terms that relate to the psych disciplines in some way. The astro ones you can see are much narrower, but actually I ended up with a greater sample size from that anyway. So it was 3,100 for the astro stuff and about 1,700 for the psych disciplines. And I've taken 100 papers from each. So the questions I'm asking then of these papers are, who are you referencing when you're talking about serendipity? Are you talking about your own work? Are you talking about the work of others? Or in some cases, after doing a pilot, I realized that people were talking about future serendipity. So it wasn't clear whether it was themselves or someone else, but the potential for serendipity in the future. So this was one question. Is there a normative connotation to the way that you're using the term serendipity? Are you relating it to positive aspects of research or positive outcomes? Is it neutral? Is it negative? Is the paper that you're writing or that this word occurs in, is it theory-driven, or are you talking about empirical findings in this paper? In this case, I separate those by, I've counted it as empirical only if the authors are presenting new experimental or observational empirical work in that paper. So review papers, for instance, I've counted as theory papers. And one thing that came out from reading the astronomy and astrophysics literature was that I should be looking to see whether these are the main findings presented in the article or whether they're a secondary finding. So we'll see in a second that in astronomy that the secondary findings are much more frequent. So just some examples here of the ways that people are, or the ways that I've coded these. Hopefully they're reasonably apparent to you guys. The self-other one is less contentious, I think. Another really interesting thing to come out of the Astro data set was that I think it's about 32 out of the 100 papers, we'll see in a second, use serendipity in a way that I've started to refer to as data set serendip. So they're not referring to themselves or someone else, it's the data that is serendipitous, which I thought was a really interesting thing. So there are the serendipitous surveys, which are collections of data that are often sort of background information that comes when there's a targeted search for a given phenomena, but they save all of the data that they get from these searches and then put this into a database, which is the serendipitous database. So again, this is a use of the term that I've never seen in another discipline. So the normativity ones are probably where people will want to argue with me the most, and that's fair enough. we'll see at the end, I talk about psychopharm, there's a real tendency to distinguish between what you're doing and between what you're doing in serendipity. Most of the cases in this I've coded as neutral because it wasn't too obvious. There are some more obviously positive ones. So the results of this I've found interesting in the astronomy and astrophysics set. They're almost all empirical papers that we're talking about. And of those empirical papers, they're almost all, as we'll see in the next, I should have put that underneath it, a large majority of them are secondary findings. So the way that this tends to play out is you'll get the description of the main finding, and then you'll get one paragraph at the end that says, we also serendipitously discovered X. And it's really a short kind of little thing. There's probably some biases going on there that if it was something really interesting, they would write it up as a whole new paper and not describe it as serendipitous. But what I'm trying to do here is look at the use of the word, trying to take an agnostic perspective on what it means, so therefore I'm not interested in the ones where they don't call it serendipity. Does that make sense? So in the psych data set, we get a nice mixture between empirical and theory. The location, I guess, is not surprising for most people. There's not really any use in the author keywords, which I thought was interesting. I excluded the keywords generated by the database itself or by the people entering the data, because I'm not interested in what they label as serendipity, but the way the authors are using it. Very rarely are they putting it in their keywords. I think it matches the idea of empirical and theory, but you see a much greater self-identification as compared to other identification in the astro set, and then a lot of this data set serendipity. It's a reasonably, as you can see, even mixture in the astronomy, the psych set. We get more of the other non-researcher, because here we're talking about, say, participants, or there's some papers in there talking about career trajectory serendipity, these kinds of things, which are neither sort of other researchers nor the original researchers, but somebody else involved in the process. Normative connotations, as I said, I've coded most of these as neutral. You can see that the psych set is a little more polarized than the astronomy set, but asking this question led me to put together a list of more normatively loaded examples, and they almost exclusively centered around the psychopharmacological literature. So we'll get to that in a second. So just as a quickly kind of how much time we got? Yep, sorry, I'll finish up. As a quick sort of set of conclusions, it's pretty quickly you see in this that in the astronomy literature, the frequency of the term serendipity in the database has some pretty close correlation to the frequency of discoveries that are called serendipity within the discipline. So there's a reasonably good match there. There's not a good match when we're looking at the psych disciplines. So we'd get a misrepresentation, and it's not even that they're evenly they're evenly not representative. One is quite representative, the other is not. So if we're looking at bibliometric methods, this would cause us a real hurdle. In the astronomy literature, there's a real the attitude is neutral, but it's seen as sort of a standard part of methodology. In most cases, serendipity here is when somebody goes back through their data and checks over it and finds something that wasn't part of their initial hypothesis, but it's a standardized set or standardized part of their methodology. And it's built into the discipline, and it's not seen as either being sort of highly positive or negative, but it's positive in the way that it shows that you're a good researcher because you're doing the things that you're taught to do. So it's quite a different, again, sort of thing. It's not a random discovery. This is intentional. They go back through this data. There's a purpose to it. They expect not that they might find something on that occasion, but they expect that on some occasion they will find something, right? This is another issue we've got with expectation. So, it's an interesting case, I think. With the psychopharm stuff, I'm going to argue that what's going on here is boundary work. So, based on what I saw in this initial analysis, I pulled out all of the 128 cases in this data set that relate to serendipity in psychopharmacology, and I've analysed all 128. So they range from 1972 to 2021, which was when I initially pulled the data set, so there's probably a few more by now. And basically I asked these papers one question, which is, the way that you're using serendipity, does this create a distinction between the work that you are proposing or the work that you are doing and the thing that you're calling serendipity? Are you using it as a differentiation term? And I argue that this differentiation can be seen as what Gearin calls boundary work. So the distinguishing of areas of expertise and what sits inside and outside of those areas of expertise. So as a psychopharmacologist, I want to lay out the space in which I'm an expert and which I should be sort of seen as providing the answers and which I should have the power, basically. So out of those 128 cases, I found 49 that I coded as boundary work. So it's not quite half, but I think an interesting number, and there's some examples here. So all of the cases that we've got create an explicit differentiation between this is what we're doing now and this is boundary work, this is serendipity, and in this case the implication is that serendipity is not scientific. Serendipity is what people used to do before they had this kind of knowledge and before they had these methods. We're going to do better than serendipity. So we can give some context to this. Normally boundary work tends to become more obvious in times of crisis. This is the case in psychopharmacology. There's been very little work in developing, or there's been very little success in developing new families of drugs. The drugs that are sort of in the pipeline at the moment that are really new to the field often are coming from pre-existing things from other fields. So as I mentioned earlier, psilocybin, we've had ketamine has been a good success recently. So we've got drugs coming from, say, non-Western contexts or what would be considered recreational contexts that are now being used. But in terms of developing new deliberately designed drugs, there's been very little. Companies are pulling funding and research research departments out of psychopharm in the big pharma companies. So their discipline really has been under attack. And sort of mid-90s, the movement towards targeted medicine was a real sort of call for this discipline to rally around this idea that we're going to be able to sort of reinvigorate our discipline by really targeted medicine, and we'll be able to do things deliberately, and it won't be serendipity. And I think that's what's reflected in these cases here. Again, we can get into sort of the causal reasons, but I don't have too much to add on that than what's already in the literature. I think I've said this, and I hope that made some sense to you all. I'm done. I'm terrible at timekeeping as well. Apologies.
Thank you very much for your very informative overview of your research. Are there,
I love it. I think you're absolutely right, especially in the psychopharmacology. But the word you need is rhetorical. The rhetorical use of serendipity. And Merton and Barber talk about it in their Travels and Adventures, that there's phases of science where serendipity is an acceptable characteristic of your research, and there's phases where it's not. You don't hear... Fleming does mention the accidental discovery in his article, I think. But normally you hear these in the Nobel speeches, not in the scientific articles, where they're like, well, I won a prize, so obviously I'm smart enough. You're there. But, there's another philosopher of science that I use sometimes who talks about serendipity as being sometimes the mark a really good scientist in the sense that they then have this connection with the real world, you know, and but then in other cases it's actually been used to label people as lazy or sloppy in a negative way. So I think you're absolutely right about the normativity of it. I was going to ask you about the differences between astronomy and physics, and about the disciplinary norms. And one thing I've been wondering is it about an experimental versus an observational approach in the field, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I had thought about this, and when I was first getting into looking at the astronomy literature, I spoke to a few astronomers. I just really generous with their time. I just emailed some people at our uni and said, can I talk to you about this? And they all described their work as experimental. Yeah, I thought interesting also, but particularly in the process of validation. So there's an observational element to it. You see something in the data, and then you run experimental methods to validate what you think you have seen in the data. So they see this part of it as experimental, and the models that they use, yeah. So
just to add to that, there's a really great example from astronomy I heard recently where there was actually two teams who made the same discovery by observing through the telescope. The reason why one team got the discovery credit is because they happened to examine their data and have it processed by the machine minutes earlier than the other one, and that has everything to do with the workflow in the astronomy lab and nothing to do with who observed what at what time. Yeah. So the chance kind of goes all the way down in there, but see, okay, I might talk to you more about that later.
Yeah. I hear the same thing from my friends who are biologists, and they say there's really always a race because you're never the only person doing that same bit of work. Yeah.
So I was wondering, especially on the experimental side, I think when we teach methods, so I think usually we say, oh, do not do fishing for results.
Yeah.
And I think especially sort of in quite a number of areas where we are involved, it's basically, if you basically look for enough stuff, there is something in the data, and I think we know it from psychology and stuff like this. Yeah. So where is the borderline? Because on one side, I think we want people to go back to look for things they did not expect it, but now on the other side, we have pre-registration, all these sort of to make it more scientific, and I'm sort of a bit torn between both of those worlds. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. This is something that I think comes up particularly, as you say, from having a background in psychology and the kind of replication movement and looking at questionable research practices that's become really dominant, or not dominant, but at least a widespread narrative, particularly in the Netherlands in the last 10 years or so, which is where I initially studied psychology. And it really precludes you from claiming anything as serendipity, because serendipity in that context is questionable research, basically. If you didn't make that hypothesis, and if that's not the thing that you were looking for, then the potential that there's this sort of statistical noise in there, that what you found is not a true effect, is considered too great for it to be accepted within the field. So I think what they ideally would want people to do, the way that somebody from this sort of school of thought would say to deal with that is, yes, have a look at your data and look for interesting things, but when you find an interesting thing, develop a hypothesis based on that and test that hypothesis. Which is fair enough, but it's never going to show up in the literature as serendipity. Yeah.
Martin.
I have to admit that I'm utterly confused by your talk.
Okay.
All right. Just to check whether I understood it at all. First of all, you told us that all of the drug families in use at the present time were somehow derived by serendipitous.
They're described in that way. Yeah.
They're described in that way.
Yeah.
Then in the second,
I don't know about all. I'm not.
Yeah. Well,
the vast majority.
The vast majority. Yeah. And then in the second part, you highlighted very convincingly that the use of the term serendipity in the psychopharm literature is negative, bordering on the derogatory. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And you've explained that by identifying it as boundary work. I'm the expert, I'm doing science, all the rest is serendipity.
Something like that, yeah.
Well, I'm exaggerating here, but that's how I understood it.
Yeah.
But then you said in between that there's actually little, almost no success in the development of drugs.
Mm-hmm.
Are they bipolar?
I think sort of the stuff that gets into academic journals as well is a little bit biased because success in psychopharm is defined by making it to market, right? And drug companies do publish, but what's happening in the academic literature are hopes for potential pathways to this kind of marketable drug. So there's I think more optimism there than perhaps you get at the end of the process. Are they bipolar? I think that it suggests an optimism, particularly 90s up until say 2010. It's fading a bit now, this idea of really targeted drug development, so being able to isolate transporter sites and receptor sites in particular neurons and use those as targets for drug development was really exciting potential. So I think that's reflected in there somewhat. It's also, I would argue, and I think I tried to get across here, was that it's partly because they're under threat, it's partly because they're failing that they need to define this area more robustly, right? But like if you're certain of your position, if you're certain of your power, you don't feel the need to draw these boundaries so strongly.
Even if it is against all experience? Even if it conflicts with the other narrative that most of the drug families are derived by?
Yeah, I think so, because I mean, you know, and this goes back to Samantha was talking about in Merton and Barber, they talk about this kind of development of a discipline and the early stages of development of a discipline, partly because there's not a theory to base your expectations on necessarily. Serendipity, as we talk about it, plays a big role in the early stages. And how many other disciplines talk about their history with this same kind of ubiquity of serendipity?
Just a point of clarification. Do we talk about the same type of people? I mean, the historian, or are one the historians of science and the other one practicing psychopharmacologists?
Yes, I guess so. But I mean, if you think about sort of the early stages of chemistry, the term wasn't really in use at that point, so I don't think you can expect early chemists to be describing their work as serendipitous. So in that case, yes, it's historians who are looking back at it and saying this involved serendipity, but the chemists at that time wouldn't say that because they didn't know the word.
Yeah, but they have different standards of evaluation, the historians of science and practicing psychopharmacologists.
Yeah, I mean, in this case, it's the practicing pharmacologists that are using the term. The ones that I've analysed here are almost, well, yeah, the vast majority are this is empirical psychopharmacology literature. It's not people like me looking at it.
Okay, that was it. Franziska.
Yeah, thank you very much for a very enlightening talk. And I have a question on with a slightly other focus than your talk. If I understood correctly, the texts you statistically analyzed were texts, what you just said, by practicing scientists, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, and you had
in academic literature.
And you showed two charts, and in the first one, mathematics showed up at the, I think, third position from below. And I would be interested, and if I'm not wrong, in the second chart it didn't show up anymore. And I would be interested, since there was a difference made between observational and empirical sciences. Mathematics seems to be a different case. I was surprised it showed up in academic texts at all.
Yeah.
Can you say something about that?
I think that's an artifact of the number of texts published in that area. So this is why I did one by proportion, because if you look at the raw data for how many times the term comes up, then certain areas get overrepresented because there's just so much published in that area. And I think, if I remember correctly, that's what's happened with maths there.
I would also ask, would you think if you looked at mathematics, is there a prognosis if they would consider serendipity a concept there, and how?
I have no idea. Yeah. Sorry.
One question that, because there were earlier this, when people get a Nobel Prize, they talk about it. Is there some evidence of basically when in your career you consider something serendipitous? Because obviously sort of towards the end of the career, it may be cool. Towards the beginning of your career, it may be sort of sloppy science.
Yeah.
So this, and also I think basically, is it after the fact? So basically when you look back after a career or after sort of a project has finished, did you find anything on that sort of, obviously from the authors you probably don't get it because in pharmacology it's always the whole team is somehow on the research paper. So did you find something on this sort of, that people in hindsight, once they sort of were successful and the success is not to be taken away anymore, then you basically admit it's serendipitous. While are you sort of, when you're as an assistant professor in the publishing game, you want to get tenure, you may be less likely to, did you find something in that space?
Not personally, but there's a few good papers that have followed this methodology. Do you remember I can't remember the authors. There is one, I think, a man who has studied basically this in Nobel Prize winners, so looking at how they retrospectively describe the research that led to their Nobel Prize, and you find in there many more references to serendipity than you do if you go back to the initial literature. There's what's the highly cited articles index. There's another interesting paper that uses this as pardon? Yeah, that uses this as a source for the same asking the same question basically. When a paper gets to the top of its discipline, are the authors then able to look back and say, well, yep, there was some chance involved in this because they've had this validation, and it seems like that's the case. But as with all of this, also like one of the other big conceptual issues I didn't talk about with serendipity, we've heard a little bit about here, but is where's the counterfactual? Like in none of this do we have some way of looking at non-serendipity or the people who this hasn't happened for. So you can, we're all practicing logical positivism here. Yeah.
I think the study of the Nobel Prize laureates was by a student of Merton.
Okay.
It revealed a lot of cases of serendipity, so it might be a bias of the interview, but you never know. Maybe she wanted to please Harrison or Harriman.
Okay, yeah.
Anyway.
You ask, if every question you ask has the word serendipity in it, maybe you're
maybe
more likely to get those answers.
I haven't read it, so I can't accuse anyone of anything. I have a question from the Zoom audience. Theodoro Vygotsky is asking, it seems to me that they, I guess he or she means the psychopharmacologist, are trying to trigger serendipity as if it were a revelation produced only in the brain. Can it be articulated as an emergent experience in the brain, the body, and or the mind?
I think that's probably a part of the whole picture. So that would be one part of the criteria for success, which itself is a criteria for counting something as serendipity. So, but again, these are like flexible, and so the diagnostic categories that were used at the time that these drug families were initially found are quite different from the way that those categories look now. And the side effects, or the things that we describe as side effects that we were willing to accommodate then, we wouldn't accommodate now. So there's a whole bunch of different things that are happening there, and part of it is this phenomenological thing, but then the phenomenological or symptomological side of it is then judged against a set of criteria that are considered to be either good enough or not good enough, or the benefit to risk ratio is one that we're willing to accept. Or so there is this phenomenological side of it, but it's a part of this whole structure of what counts as success.
I have a question that comes from social sciences, and the distinction that is made in social sciences. Of course, social sciences, especially sociology, is interested in behavior, and when it comes to expectations towards behavior, the distinction is made in social sciences between normative and cognitive expectations. So what is meant is, and social sciences are interested in disappointment of expectations. Yeah? So when things are not happening. So you were talking about this. So expectations are not fulfilled or not met. What is the consequence of this disappointment? Why, and what are the results of disappointment? And that's why this distinction is introduced. For example, in legal sociology, the role of law is seen as upholding normative expectations. So law is expressing a normative expectation. That should be, that's the behavior that is expected. And if not, then sanctions are following. And law's function is to uphold normative expectations. However, social scientists now argue that the modernization process is that disappointments not fulfilling expectations, normative expectations, can also be responded by changing expectations. So serendipity and disappointment of expectations leads to change of expectations. So if there is sort of an expectation that expectation needs to be changed, that's what the modern trend is. So in law, for example, you have laws, statutes that expire after a certain time. So the expectation is that if it doesn't work, laws need to be changed. So the expectation. So what I'm asking you is there any sign in your field? This doesn't have to do with behaviors, but that cognitive expectations is also becoming more prevalent, that sort of, serendipity, or put it differently for your talk, is something positive, is something that leads us to rethink. And of course, our expectation now is opened to be changed.
Yeah. Okay, so I think when I'm talking about theory at the start here, it's not because I think I have a nice construction of these things, it's because I think that there's a lot of mess going on there, and I don't have a way of making it neat. But can I...
Theory. So for your theory part, you could sort of, if you switch to a distinction between cognitive and normative expectation, then you certainly look at other things. So what are the reactions to serendipity, reactions to disappointment of expectation for expectation?
So I think that would be one way of making things a little bit more explicit, is using this distinction you mentioned, and it would be, I think, in most cases here we're talking about cognitive expectation, particularly when you relate it to theory, which is, I think, for me, the more useful end of serendipity theory is when serendipity has to do with established theory. As I've said, I think there's issues with that in places where we're missing theory or where there's conflicting theory, but it seems the more useful one to me. In those cases, and this is kind of Merton's thing as well, is that when you notice this anomalous datum, I think he calls it, that should, in order to be serendipity, it should reframe itself through theory. So it should have an effect on theory, in which case the next instance of expectation should be updated, basically, I think, which is what you're talking about. But that involves, in the sciences, it involves the whole process of convincing a discipline and producing evidence and et cetera, and for the individual who's done that and is in the process of producing that evidence, maybe their expectations already changed and updated, but maybe not for the discipline. Yeah. So I don't know if that answers your question, but I think the distinction probably is at least goes some way to making it a little bit more specific. Yeah.
Anabel.
Thank you so much, Stephen. That was a great presentation, and I love your use of data.
Okay.
I mean, well, because obviously, you know, like the data is created without an effect really of the researcher, right? Because you're not really, you know, doing a survey or interviewer, but it is still a performativity. So I think that's really strong. One question, I don't know if we can go back to your findings where you had the table, because as a qualitative scholar who does a lot of coding, I was just kind of curious if you can reflect, on that actually. I was curious why you chose to do the locus of serendipity, like where does that idea come from? And why did you choose, like was this, you know, did your codes come from the data, or did you deductively kind of like, or inductively, I guess, put them on the data? And can you tell us something about what it potentially means? Because, sorry, I was trying to follow as fast as I could, but I was kind of a little bit unclear whether this is actually telling us something about the meaning of the word in terms of maybe that normativity. If you use it more in reference to others, maybe you're using it kind of more on the negative side, whereas if you're referring to yourself, so I don't know, I'm over-interpreting probably, but I'd love to hear your thoughts, because you did the coding, so you would know better and what the function is, right, from the Wittgenstein performativity level of the use within those different contexts.
Yeah, so the location, so you mean the locus or the location in the paper? That was about the locus in terms of who's talking about it, right? Yeah. Okay.
Exactly. Like
Yeah.
coding there. Well, how you came up with that, what it means, and how when you were doing the coding, what was the kind of interpretation you came from?
Yeah, it had something to do for me with these aren't mutually exclusive coding categories, right? So I had anticipated that there would be overlap between this locus and the normative connotations, as you say. It's not perfect, but there is. If you look at the cross correlations, there's some interesting stuff there. I thought it was interesting to see in terms of what. Sorry, sit down. Partly thinking about when in the first half I'm talking about who's doing the expecting and these kinds of things. This was something I'd been thinking about since I first started looking seriously at serendipity, is where the locus of serendipity was. So who is it that is doing the serendipity, or where is the serendipity happening? Are people ascribing this word to themselves, or are they ascribing it to other people? I interpret that a little bit in this paper. I try to be reasonably, not too strong in my interpretations. I don't want to overstep too much. This is what I can tell you, is that this number of people talk about themselves and this number of people talk about other people. Why and how they do that, I can give you some suggestions, but I think particularly in the psychopharm case, I've got a stronger argument that this is something that has to do with a normative connotation.
Okay, fine. Oh, Silvia?
Stephen, so can be in this, in your research, can be serendipity been defined as a kind of metamorphic concept, like a change in function of, because it's about the context and the fact that, the less defined is the theory. You see, this has an implication on the use of the idea of, the paradigm of serendipity, and it changes in function of...
Yeah. I think recently I've been thinking about it as sort of, it has homogeneity at a really highly abstracted level, right? When we get to this kind of level of talking about there's an accident, there's some sort of discovery, and then some sort of value, there's homogeneity there. But I see it, I've been thinking about it more as something like analogous to, say, a term like progress, where we, that has a connotation of always being positive, or generally, people will argue that that's positive.
Yeah.
It's something that is used in all kinds of different fields, but when we dig into what it means in any specific location, there's huge amounts of variation, and people use it politically, they use it strategically, there's a rhetorical element to it, and we can kind of come up with definitions for progress, but when we look at how it's applied, we get a similar sort of heterogeneity as I think we do with serendipity.
Yes, you're right.
Yeah.
So, time for a cup of coffee now, and thank you, Stephen, for your talk and for this lively discussion.
Thanks.
We'll be back again in 15 minutes.
Thanks. Thanks for your questions.
It was Harriet Zuckerman. She was the...
Yes, Zuckerman, yes.
Okay, welcome back to our next talk by Professor Albrecht Schmidt. Who is a professor of computer sciences at Munich University. And just to prepare you, this is not the last talk of the of the conference, even if it's called The End of Serendipity. And it will touch upon a topic which we've already crossed lines with during the conference, the role of digital environments and the role of artificial intelligence. We're looking forward to your talk.
Thank you so much. Thank you for having me here. And I think The End of Serendipity, that was a paper I did last year, and it really came out of these discussions. If we design systems, where is this leading us as society? And I want to come to you from, basically, my background is building systems. I'm sort of what we call experimental, but it's really, I'm a person, I like to build systems and I evaluate them. And I'm a computer scientist by training. So also talks are more like I have slides and I make a story as I go. It's not a scripted talk. That's basically in our field more like this. So if I talk about serendipity, I really want to take the perspective of interaction and system design. And if we look at serendipity, I have sort of these two things in mind. One is experienced by the users. So basically, this is sort of what we feel. If I do something and I feel this is sort of a chance encounter, it's maybe my subjective feeling that it's a chance encounter, but somebody else could have staged that behind. And that's the other side. Basically, the objective, do I have it in the system or not? And this is not to do with digital. So I give you one example where I realized myself what we are doing sometimes in academia. We create serendipitous encounters. So we had recently a bigger conference, and I told one of my PhD students, oh, would you sort of, it makes total sense to submit to that workshop the day before the conference. And there are interesting people in there. And yeah, the person submitted, and by accident I was talking to the other person on the side of a review panel about sort of that work of that student, and that the person is coming to the workshop, and we had a discussion. And then the student came back at some point and said, oh, I met this person and they were really interested in my stuff. So that was such a sort of lucky event. And in the end, I didn't really stage it blandly, but obviously sort of sending that person to that place, having a conversation with somebody else about this, happened to this. So from an experience by the user, in that case the student, it was a serendipitous event, quite lucky, something happened. From a systematic, it was not really sort of in that way. And I think this is an example, that's why I put it quite broadly now. This is something we do all the time in digital systems. And have a look at this. I think serendipity is at the moment one of the biggest design factors. Most of the successful tools create the experience of serendipity. I'm not sure, basically, have you, I will not ask, so, because I think it's, in the younger generation, it's much easier. So if you ask younger people on TikTok, on Instagram Reels, everybody is using it. And I think if you don't use it, it's addictive. It's fun. It's really, really nice. But basically, killing 2 hours in the evening, very quickly it's gone. And I think you learn about things you have no interest in before, and you have no interest after, but while you watch it, it's so exciting. And I'm sort of, I like to build furniture, and I think sort of, I could watch hours of people joining wood things together in very creative ways without using nails or something. And it's just something, and when you start, it basically, and then you, at some point, you are basically in metal welding because you just went some down somewhere else. And this is sort of, it's experienced serendipity in a way. And I think it, when we heard yesterday about the collection, putting artifacts next to each other. And I think this is exactly what people at TikTok, at Meta, what they do in the background. And obviously they don't do it manually for each, so there is not a person sitting there doing that for me. But this is algorithmic. And I think at this point there is nothing left to chance, or very little left to chance. There are very clear optimization functions, and the optimization function number one is you keep scrolling. We do whatever it takes that you're not leaving. And so I think this is sort of these two minds. So one is, what do I experience? And what is back in the system? And I think very often people say, oh, we could just do random stuff. So like, we have a billion reels, like these short videos, and I just give you random ones. I come later, this doesn't work, but the first thing is, random is not easy, and we talked over lunch a little bit about it. I know a person, he's in Ireland, and he sells random numbers. And 500 random numbers or 500 random decisions cost you €5. And it's not a joke. And I think this is another thing we need to understand, that randomness is super complicated. So why does he sell this, and who does he sell it to? So he sells it mainly to casinos. And basically he has an installation which looks at background noise from space. He has built this, I think, around 2000, and he converts this, and there's an API which you can call, and basically at the end of every month he publishes the random numbers he generated, and he publishes that they fit the distribution he was guaranteeing, and they're just not predictable. If you use random numbers, which we usually do when we call a function, they are sort of predictable. They are not random. And there may be already a bias in those numbers, depending how long we keep the sequence. So that's just to keep sort of this little background sort of computer science thing. So random numbers are much more complicated. Doing something at random, which I think for humans seems to be quite natural, in a technical sense, is very difficult. That's why we typically get some outside censoring input that gives us randomness. Now, also to picking up on one of the topics we had before, what is the difference between searching for a book on Google and searching for a book in a library? I think we had this, I think in the library, there is some randomness, but typically the people who sort the books in there will disagree. They will basically tell you they have a very clear system how it is. But also when you look now inside a book, if you use Google Books or basically a search engine, you basically are pointed exactly to the page where this topic is. So you are not, and I think probably many of us have, I want to have this book on programming a certain algorithm. I take it out of the shelf, I open it, and I'm at basically the wrong page because I just search for the page. And I think, oh, that's interesting, I've never seen that. And I start reading another page which I didn't want to read. That happens less on Google. And I think the other thing why I put this in here with the first letter is, I think if you look at Google 2005, it didn't have the predictions. So basically the predictions are, if I put P in, I used Potsdam and a few other names before that. And so basically it does sort of Postbank, Pfingsten, Paperhole, Putin, so whatever sort of people look for when they put in P. But what this does already, and we know this from empirical evidence, this basically changes what you search for. Because you're lazy, not you, but sort of we, as we are lazy. So basically if the search term that comes up is close enough to what I search for, I basically go that way. I will not type what I really wanted, I will use that search term. And because very often I'm not really sure what I'm searching anyway, so I think from a technical perspective that makes a lot of sense why that's in there, because it's making your searches more efficient, because you can use cached searches other people did before, so it saves Google money. So, but at the same time, it takes away your choice, and that was basically in my subtitle, chance and choice. So basically the search space we're looking at is, if we compare even just Google 2005 to Google 2020, the search space we are exploring has gone down massively. And again, sort of this is a question, what does this do to serendipity? And I think if we now look what's ahead, what's at the moment happening. So what does a search engine do in comparison to a system that gives you answers? And I think I put Microsoft Bing there at the moment trying to integrate the ChatGPT stuff, and I think it's quite interesting in Google. So basically, Google works like this if we think of serendipitous. I want to buy a pair of shoes, and I put in whatever, Nike running shoes. What does Google give me? Google says, oh look, here are 50 pages and I order them. Please read through them. You may find something which you find interesting. And this is still giving us a chance of serendipitous discovery. We basically get these 50 pages. There may be tests, there may be people running, whatever, sort of there may be offers where I can buy them. But sort of I make the choice what I look at. If we move towards answering machines, and answering machines not in the 80s sense, so like answering machines in sort of the ChatGPT sense or Bing sense, we lose this part where we go towards our basically own discovery strategies. So we basically get the answer directly. And that's obviously changing completely who has control over what we see. And we have got used to it already. And I think what you have on the right side, I already discussed, but also on the left side, this is basically a precursor to text generation. And again, sort of, if you have a keyboard like a HiMax, how, whatever, sort of, once we type, we get really used that the right words show up. So we are not typing them ourselves. And again, this is something where we see expressiveness of what we write goes down if we use such keyboards. And this makes it sometimes easier because texts become more streamlined. So I can I'm quicker in reading them because there's less variety. At the same time, human speech, human language is basically very much extremely powerful tool in expressiveness. And once we use more and more such tools, we basically reduce it. So it becomes easier to speak a foreign language, less words, but at the same time, I think we're losing what's very core to language. And I think the next step is really, if we look at these things, like that's something I work currently with my students. I teach a media informatics course where they do a short movie. That's basically, we let them use digital tools. And at this point, they have to write a script and then sort of a treatment, which is basically these steps when you write, basically when you make a story, which you make a film. And I think we created this in class with some iterations. And it was quite interesting. We came up with a story we felt was really nice. I think on nearly on the level of the German Tatort thing. So you could really see it's pretty good. And I think we had this discussion. And obviously you have to know how to use it. It's not an answering machine, and it's not something that gives you answers, but you can work with it to generate text. And so it was an interesting part. The other side is, I think the library you saw is a not existing library. That's just give me a modern university library, and I can go back. Sort of, this one is just basically, I asked Midjourney to create me a modern university library. And again, sort of this, at first, this looks quite exciting. If we look here, there were sort of some of the variations on the way, and I needed the next picture on the next page. So, but at the same time, we're going into the same direction that I'm not expressing what I want. I think perhaps in former times I would have had sort of a sketch or get somebody who does nice graphics in the lab to quickly do something. So again, we may lose expressiveness on that. And so coming back to serendipity, and now a serious question. Assume you have a plane that has 180 seats. You have 150 passengers. You have the typical information of your passengers, like what they filled in, like ethnicity, with what they paid, where they come from. How do you sit them on the plane? And that's a serious question. How would you do it? Don't hesitate to shout out. How would you seat them? By like. So people who are alike, so you put the Germans in one row, in one corner, and the English to another corner. Otherwise they fight. So I think you could have different strategies. And I usually do this also. This is when we teach ethics. That's an example how we do that. And basically I usually ask, what is the worst seating assignment algorithm you can devise? And obviously, you know, there are children, there are very obese people, and all these things, and you can basically really, and students get very quickly evil. So I think they really get an idea how you would build an algorithm that is really, but the interesting thing is, if we now sit here, we probably could come up with algorithms like, we want to keep the plane as quiet as possible, we want to have no harassment claims, so we would probably do some gender separation in some. So there are a lot of things we can think about, and I think, we probably try to make it good, but that's the question. And now, is there serendipity left in basic? I think many of us have met people in public transport at a random place. So once we optimize this, we have basically taken sort of this hand in dealing out serendipity. Because again, sort of coming from my beginning, the experienced serendipity versus the, so obviously you're still randomly sitting next to a person on the plane, if you haven't changed your seat. But obviously you are not sitting randomly next to a person. You sit because somebody has something in there. And I think this is sort of a dilemma. A lot of people from the computer science side, it's not considered. I think it's basically, we optimize. And I have later some examples, if we think this optimization through of all things in life, we may be in sort of a more dystopian world than we want. And I think sort of this whole question, very simple on seat assignments, you can basically extend this to basically where you live. And I have a few more examples why this is the case. And I think fundamentally, at the moment, it's basically, if you go pre-computed, basically, if you went on a place, you just sat somewhere. But I think it's really this very fundamental question: who is in control of your life? And literally, once you have an algorithm that tells you what to do, and looking at things, how did you get here? How do you, if you drive a car, who decided which route you take? And I have some more examples on that later. And it is very fundamental. And if we look historically, there is sort of the notion of a god, of a higher power that basically does these things. And now is it Google, Microsoft, OpenAI, who we trust these functions to? And I think these things like, I met her accidentally while in line for lunch, and we got on well together. So I think this is probably to 1% of people's sort of life partners, probably a bit less, a bit more, I'm not sure. So this is something which happens, or was pure chance that we were there at the same time picking up a post, or the last one, so sitting next to each other on public transport. So these things, and they will not happen in the future. They are basically, we'll design them out. They're just not going to happen anymore. They will be optimized in a way. So somebody will basically make with good intention, an algorithm that optimizes towards a certain goal. And how does this link now to us being able to live in that world? And I think this is a picture I found on Wikipedia of an old store. And this is sort of, for me, a store where you could probably, if you look for a shirt, you could probably look at all the shirts they have in your size in reasonable time. They probably have 20 shirts in your, and I know still some of those shops, they are still around, they get rare, but I think you could go in there, and I think you could go and check all the things they have in your size, and then you decide. So you can make an exhaustive search. If I go on AliExpress and I put in shirt, I get something like 200,000, and even if I then go down to my size and preferred color, I'm still sort of in the 10,000s. And so there's just no way. And now comes the question we had yesterday already. Is there something which is not ordered? Can there be something that is not ordered? And that's a question, a serious question, if you have ideas there. That's probably sort of, especially in online shopping, one of the big questions. Can you not order things? So let's say I have a database, I get 10,000 results. Can I not order them if I want to display them? And I think nobody has figured out how to not order them. And I think you get them always, you get in a list, basically there is some order attached to it. And that means we go either back to random, which I think is sort of, if we have zero information, that's the best we can do, but usually we have more than zero information, so we start ordering stuff. And I think even sort of the mundane web search for Potsdam gives me 144 million hits. So who believes that the first 10 are the most relevant ones? They're the first 10. And Google has decided they are the first 10. And I think we know from our research you're rarely going beyond the first page. So basically sort of load more is basically after 10 items. And I think people rarely go, like completely rarely beyond 50. And if you're below 1,000, you're never seen. So that's why the effort of getting sort of in the top 5, top 3 is sort of that's money. That's really, if you get for a search term up there, that's really, and that's why people buy their places up there. And so the question is, if we are now in this space where we have so many results, what is a good way of ordering them? What is a fair way of ordering them? Because obviously we cannot look at all of them. We can only look at a selection of them. And they will be ordered because that's how we visualize things. And basically there is this dilemma, we call it sometimes content selection dilemma, and it's basically we cannot consider all options as it would take forever. So this is basically very simple. It's just impossible to do that. And now if we look back at other items that had this dilemma before, we have typically very elaborate processes. And I think people who worked with journalists or worked in journalism, I think if you look back how these newspapers worked in the pre-digital age, it's conferences of the team, there is a boss who basically makes the final call, what goes on there. So and they are highly trained people and they have a mission and they are something they do not randomly select. They have a very clear mission what they want to do. So here, basically we have trained people who do it, but now we come to this point where a typically medium-skilled 6-year-old can create news items. And I think we have seen news items of 6-7-year-old kids that have hit the 100 million views. So basically this is sort of, and they're kids that have created content that has been more viewed than what any newspaper had. So again, sort of there was, I think, one case of school food in Scotland, which basically went viral. So again, sort of the content creation has become cheap and easy. And so basically what we have, and in this case I use something like Twitter or content in general, but this applies, as we see later, to many other things. So basically what we have, the amount of content available is huge, and the rate of content creation every year is massively getting up. And it's very clear, and I think we've done a European project, I think 10 years back, where we thought, what happens if everybody records all the time what they see and share it? At that time it was pretty, like sort of a dystopian version. But nowadays we can really see that this is sort of not that far away. And also the benefits of having something like this, that's what we see now with ChatGPT on text, would be on active knowledge, on basically, imagine you could now look at all people repairing a bike. And then you have the algorithm to just look at who has clean hands at the end. After putting their chain on, you would just basically learn how to do it. So these things which we have now in text could be if we have basically every recording. Obviously there are privacy issues. I think that's something, but we should probably think of this in a different dimension. And I think so what we see now, most of this content is real. It's not a problem of fake news. A lot of people frame this as fake news. It's not. The content that's out there is real. It's just a selection that basically makes it sort of biased in a way. And the other thing is, most of the content that's out there is completely irrelevant to most of the people. So the random selection is not going to work. So what we typically do is we need algorithms that make the selections, and we need a user interface to present it. So I have one example, and I run this each time. Who knows one of those movies? You know one?
I think Major Pain, I think, at some point.
Oh, that's amazing. That's the first one. I have given this talk, I think, or this slide I had in talks a lot of times. And basically, I just took, out of 60,000 movies, 6 random movies. This is basically...
I think it was terrible, if I remember correctly.
I probably have the data somewhere. It's probably terribly rated. So, but it's in a way, basically, if you take a random selection, even and 60,000 is nothing if we compare it now to if you look at Netflix, etc. So out of 60,000, and basically, if you pick 6 at random, 10 at random, 100, it's very clear you have the user already frustrated. They will go away. So that's why we basically have to do something. Random is not working. So again, we will devise algorithms that work. And how does this look on a bigger scale? So basically, most of the systems we see today are conceptually like this. And I think we talked a bit about recommender systems, and basically, this is basically how most of those systems work. There is basically a really, really large number of options, like 60,000 movies or a million content items on Twitter. Then you use AI, as we call algorithms nowadays. I think that's something, I think very often it's quite a fluid transition. What is AI? What is an algorithm? And I think even if the EU Act, if we look at the moment, and then we have sort of a small number of things, and we sort them and we present them. And the user picks them, and yeah, they feel it's real. I'm in control. I've chosen this shirt. I've chosen this ticket. I've chosen this movie. It was me. But I think in the end, it was not the person. It was the algorithm that has made the pre-selection, and so this is something. This is an unsolved problem in my view. And you'll find this. It doesn't matter where it is. If you have more content than you can do, it's not clear how you could do this otherwise. And at the moment, it doesn't matter if your algorithms get better. In the end, it's basically you cannot not manipulate people's actions. And there's just no way around it. But people don't know. And I think this is sort of the dilemma we are in. There is sort of a second dimension to it, the user interface space. And again, this is something I'm doing. So if you have a user interface that has 4K, like a big screen, you can put a lot of movies on. And if you have something like an Alexa, if it reads 3 or 4 to you, you're already bored. And I think Amazon has tried this, and I think we have seen this mobile first movement, and I think we know it in computer science. Basically, mobile first is you go mobile first. And I think if you buy stuff on Amazon and you buy it on your mobile device, you're typically buying more expensive than on a big screen. Because it's very simple. Your choices, the choices you see are less. The manipulation, so on the big screen you can, for example, say, reduce the cost. I will only want to see things up to the cost of 12 euros. You don't have this in the mobile interface. And things like that. So there's basically the bigger the interface, the more choice you can easily create. The smaller the interface, the less. So basically we had this sort of mobile first that worked. The audio, basically if I say, oh, I want to buy printer paper, and I go on the screen, I get, probably with one glance, I get 15 to 20 offers. And I see their prices, I see if they're available, whatever. Obviously, they try to manipulate me there as well, but that's sort of, I have much more choice. If I ask Alexa, the audio one, it probably reads out. I haven't tried it recently, but the earlier versions, they just read out, oh, this is the most common one. Do you want to have this? And after the third one, after it reads it to you, you say, yeah, take the first one or take the second one. So basically, we reduce the interface we use is direct linked to the choice we have. And so, yeah, that's what I just said. So basically, if we have a wall-sized screen, we have a very different choice. And we have a very different chance of discovery in contrast to voice interfaces. And we see now there's a lot of push towards voice interfaces for many different reasons. But one of the reasons is if I can reduce your informed choice, I have obviously an advantage by presenting you what's in front of you. And so basically there's convenient and comfortable solutions that come typically at the expense of losing choice and introducing bias. And bias not in a negative way. People they have to sort it some way. If you have 1,000 results and you know you can read out 3 of them, you have to pick 3 of them. And if you're a company, you're typically picking the 3 that you think the customer likes, that you get a buy, but at the same time, not the ones that are bad for you. And now this is the screen world. And I think the screen world we can, in a way, deal very well with. But the screen world is not where we are moving. We're moving basically where this information goes into the real world. Be it mobile devices, be it augmented reality. And I think in large ways, what we see nowadays, what you know, is very much media mediated. So I'm not sure if you have things like very recent events, if you take the war in Ukraine, who of you has first-hand information? I think a lot of the information we have, who of you is Putin real? Did somebody of you meet Putin? Obviously, this is sort of the opening towards sort of some other space, sort of this. But this question, I think we know things because we have seen them on media. And again, this is sort of at the moment we can still sort of discriminate between media we see and sort of our reality. But this is with things like the metaverse, this is blurring. If you have augmented reality classes, it is blurring. What is basically, is sort of a signage you have in your augmented reality classes, is this real or not? Obviously, it's the same as if the sign would be out there, but we may have different ones. So this question, how real is it? And I think what we have seen here is we basically went from the television to the mobile phone, and now we are sort of at a smartwatch going towards the smart glasses. And I think one of the things that open doors to manipulation is basically if we look at the old devices like the TV and the PC, we have used them for several hours in sessions, and I think for something like the mobile phone, we are at 100 times per day to 150. If we go towards AR classes, we think about 1,000, 2,000 times a day that you use them. And I think that's why they're exciting, because that's sort of where we can push you into the right direction. And again, this is sort of the question, if I get shown certain things, I may discover things which I think are sort of accidental, but at the same time, they are designed for you. So the reality is the reality we shape ourselves through interactions, through perception. And I think that's something we have been doing research more on the technical side in a ERC project over the last years. And I think the question, what is real, comes to this point. Future reality is not given by nature anymore. I think that has already probably for the last 2,000 or 3,000 years changed. But I think what we see now, as perception is mediated through technology, we more and more get into a reality that is designed by people. And very often there are companies behind. And just to leave you sort of a bit worried, I think you can fix it later in the last talk. So it's luckily not the last talk, so I can go into a dystopian version. So I give you a few examples. So this is Munich, and I think if you ever are in Munich, don't drive from the airport to the city, take public transport. But this is sort of if you drive, there are about 100 routes that are equally long. To a computer scientist, that seems pretty obvious, because if there are parallel routes, it's always multiplying by 2. And there are a few parallel motorways, a few parallel streets in the city, and then if you have 7 or 8 of these parallel, you're very quickly at this point. And they are basically all in the range of 42 minutes. Plus, minus, whatever, depending on traffic. But it's not clear when you start at the airport that one is faster. So they are all in that range. So which route should you take? That's again a serious question. Basically, let's assume we have 100 routes that are all calculated between 40 and 43 minutes. But we know basically just a single traffic light will basically switch this, and we cannot predict this. So assume there are 100. How should we order them? What would be a good criteria?
Maybe the prettiest one.
The prettiest one? They're all pretty, it's Munich.
The more used one, I mean the one that is used by drivers or usual, in terms of...
But it is sorted by time. I mean, it's sorted by the time weight, but... So I think that the computer scientist says we have a time, and if this is 1 second, and what we nowadays do, basically, if this is 43 minutes, 0.1, and the other is 40.2, we sort it. And this is basically doesn't make sense in a way. It's how we do it, because it's fair. But now imagine we have an auction system. We have this for online advertising. So imagine we take everything that's within the same minute, and we put it up for auction. So Aldi, Lidl, the flower shop, Starbucks, they all can bet on, and the neighborhoods could bet on the opposite one. You know, if you live in a quiet neighborhood, you could put some money together for having people not driving through. Would this be okay? For you as a user, it would be basically, there is no negative impact on you because it's the same time. And you would feel it's serendipitous, because obviously it's sort of, yeah, you go just away, it's chosen, and you may basically, and you, luckily you come from the airport, you're tired, and there's a Starbucks. Brilliant, I stop, and there's a parking in front of it, so I go there. Or, oh, there's the flower shop, I wanted to bring my loved one some flowers, I stopped there. Would it be a bad thing? Would this be sort of the hand of God played by sort of Google? Okay, next one. I guess here you have Uber Eats and stuff like this. So we talked about this at lunchtime. We had a menu that was completely scannable while we waited for the waiter. That's an interesting thing. If you go to a restaurant, and it's not a really bad restaurant, you typically can read the whole menu and make a choice. So basically, this is like this shop with the I had at the beginning. You could look at all the things. If you have Uber Eats or Pizza.de or whatever, it's just no way. You will be starved to death. We did the calculation. Once you have read all the things, you're dead. You're basically, it will just take too long time. So again, sort of we have it here. And now the question is, should we regulate Uber Eats that it puts the healthy stuff at the front? Or should we just put the healthy stuff for the children in front? And from 50 on, it's anyway good if you die soon, so we don't have to pay pension. You put, we put all the nice and heavy stuff on there. Again, sort of, it's sort of, I said, it's the dystopian thing. But I think obviously those companies will optimize. And I have one more. That's the sort of myself time traveled. A long time ago. I think, whom to marry. I think the old time, you basically met people. I still believe I met my wife randomly. Not sure if somebody, you never know. I think that's the other thing we talked about. Somebody may have set us up that we got stuck there together, so could have happened. But sort of I feel this is sort of serendipity. But now, again, this is something when I teach ethics to engineering students, think of an algorithm, how you match people on Tinder, that's really evil. Okay, and so basically very quickly our students come to erasing races. And that's international, that's not just German, so basically it doesn't matter where you run these workshops, they come very quickly to this point. You basically can very quickly be evil and erase a race, because you never basically match people from that race. So you let them disappear. So this is the scale. It's not like sort of, oh, I drive past Lidl or Aldi, who cares? But it's really, I think, if this is a recommender system, and I think you can do the calculation for these online matching tools for Munich. You basically, even if you basically swipe very quickly, you're not getting through. So this question is, how should we do that? And the interesting thing is, again, sort of, these were things that were pretty random before. And obviously, by sending your kids to a certain university, to a certain school, people have done this matchmaking. But there was still sort of much less control over it. And I think if you look at algorithms that are behind Tinder, we don't know what they are. And I think the tricky thing with AI is we may create by accident an algorithm that reinforces social structures that exist. Basically, let's say we do as a metric, and that's a metric I know was used at some point, how many words do people exchange in the first 4 hours after you match them? Which is a good metric. Basically, so you get matched, and you see, I have a match, I text with you, you text immediately back, and we have, let's say, 200 words after 4 hours, So this is sort of, oh, this match worked, so I learned that. And this could, for example, then say, oh yeah, I put only white people together and black people because they're, so, and by just having chosen this function, I may sort of create something I didn't want. So again, this is sort of another problem, quite interesting. And so in the end, it's basically where you go next, decided by Google Maps, what you will order next, decided by Amazon, what you will watch, decided by Netflix, who you marry, decided by Tinder or a different portal. And basically, how do we usually predict the future? We know, we basically do it by nudging people into the right direction. And I think now, coming to this point where we have, is it the end of serendipity? Is sort of randomness designed out of the system? And I would argue we need a sort of profession in computer science really to think more about where we can create chances. And I think typically it's probably doing a multi-level system that you have sort of, you take the best 1,000 and then you do some randomness, like true randomness into it. But I think this is sort of a discussion also on a societal level. Do we really want to optimize the plane for being quiet, or do we accept that we have sort of random? And there's algorithmic, there is things like genetic algorithms where you work with basically adding sort of random elements. I think there are ways of doing that, but I think at the moment one trend I see is really optimizing, because what we know on the internet is the winner takes it all. Basically, Google is a little bit better than Bing, so everybody searches on Google. And I think this sort of having the second best solution, having not the optimal, we see it with Google Maps, I think having the second best solution doesn't really get you out there. And so basically that's why people really optimize to the last point. And so this question, how do we get over this? In what way can we do this? And I think why this is important is because I think if we don't do it, it's basically people autoplay their life. And I think we see this if you put something like YouTube on autoplay, you end up typically not in a good place. And I think with this, I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. You gave us a lot to think about. I already have 2 questions. Dominic Bonfiglio is the first one.
Okay, so you talked about nudging at the end, right? So in behavioral economics, I think of nudging as a kind of virtue, right? Things that are pushing you in a direction that's good for yourself in some way, or good for your health, right? And you can decide against it, but then you have to make extra effort to decide against what the default nudge is. When I think about manipulation, it's usually to a nefarious end, where I'm getting nudged, but not for my own sake, but it's maybe activating, you know, my worst tendencies, a certain kind of complacency in me, you know, the ability to just blow 3 hours of my life doing nothing or whatever. But the question I wanted to ask is, a lot in the current conversation about AI, one thing it's supposed to make everyone feel really scared when people say, like, even the designers of AI don't know how it works, right? Or they can't tell you why it's deciding or saying what it's saying. But in one sense, that also indicates that whatever's happening, there's not an obvious pattern to it, or it's not serving some ends, because if it were a clear pattern, then you could then reverse engineer and figure out what was happening. So is that a kind of random element to AI? And is that what's exceeding our ability to explain what's happening? Or?
So I think the 2 questions. The first one, I think, with the nudging, I think it's not as clear cut as you or to me, it's not as clear cut as you. So because the question is, what is good for me? Who do I trust to decide this? Do I trust the government to decide what's good for me? Do I trust my health insurance that they know what's good for me? And I think we had a lot of discussions in the lab around this. Basically, if sort of, should I be nudged against smoking or not? Should I be nudged to do more sports or not? I think the question is, and I think this also requires that you understand where you are nudged to, that you basically, it's your decision, but in the end it's very often, if you look at real people out there, they will not understand a lot of the decisions between. So I think the nudging is, I think for me it's a manipulation, and I think whether it's good or not is basically who we believe has made the right decision. So basically, should we nudge obese people? So should we as a society, and that's basically the Uber Eats, should we as a society decide obesity is bad, because it costs us money, so we nudge the people to be not obese? Is this good? And I think it's an open question. But I think the second one is a really interesting one. I think we very often cannot predict the result, but that we can also do with a search query. We cannot predict what pages are coming up, but we understand why they come up. And I think in a way, if you look at large language models, the parameter space is in the billion, and that's why it's really hard to basically foresee. But fundamentally, we know how they work, and I think that the results are typically based on a training. So at least with most of the systems. So they go into a certain direction, and the people who train them typically know basically, obviously they don't know if you, basically for this question I don't know what you get, and for this question I don't know what you get, but for the next 100 million questions I know the distribution, what you get. And so basically we understand, and I think it's in a way, I find it somehow also companies like OpenAI say they hide a little bit behind, oh, we don't know really how it works. But I think if you look at it, it's in the end statistical models of the things we put in. And obviously sort of we cannot grasp them, it's like because the dimensions are so high, but on a general level I think it's not that we don't understand how they work.
Herr Günther.
Well, thank you, great talk. So I basically saw two parts of your talk. The first talk was you're describing how the situation today is different from 20 or 30 years ago, that we have many more options. I mean, back then we had 2 TV programs, now we have an infinity. Back then we met maybe 5 possible life partners before we decided, or maybe 10, I don't know. And now the whole world is open. You can meet hundreds of people physically and thousands online. Back then there were only 10 shampoos, or in East Germany only 1, and now there are hundreds. So all of this has changed. And that's why these issues come up that you described, that it becomes a public policy challenge, because we don't want to leave it up to Google, how to navigate among these options. In the second part, and I think this is a more interesting, even more interesting, is the normative side. What is really the objective function? What do we want to achieve as individuals? What do we want to achieve as a society, as a government? Nudging is usually a government thing, and somebody has to decide what is good. And that's, I think, a huge challenge we're facing right now. I remember 40 years ago, I had to think of this, 40 years ago I wrote a Seminararbeit in Karlsruhe about the optimal marriage problem. The optimal marriage problem was an operations research problem where you could calculate under certain assumptions what would be the optimal algorithms if you're presented with a number of alternatives. And of course, that's when I started thinking, okay, what are really my optimization criteria? And I think that question, I mean, we don't even know about ourselves, and nor do we have mechanisms for democracies to come up with an optimal mechanism design in order to then produce optimal nudging algorithms, etc. So I think it's a huge dilemma. So as a computer scientist, I'm not sure whether the world has gotten better by the work we did over the last 30 years. I would hope so, and I think so. But it has certainly become harder to navigate. And I think the ultimate goal is really happiness. So I think you talked about behavioral economics and happiness research. And we are pretty certain that in many respects people are neither happier nor less happy than 40 years ago. So
but I think the happiness, I've got a sort of a seminar on the happiness side. And I think this is even more complex than the things I've talked here. So basically we know from trucks, and we had the earlier talk, we know from trucks, basically in order to be happy, you have to be unhappy. Mm-hmm. I think you basically have to come down at some point. And obviously with the chemical side, we know this is really hard. And so basically, again, sort of we do one course where we take ethical questions and because computer scientists don't like to read Wittgenstein. That's sort of perhaps something. I think I have to tell it here. It happens. So they don't really like to read. But they like to build systems. And for example, now we do the happiness thing. So basically assume you have a sensor that measures happiness, which you have in your glasses. We have something in the lab. You can basically just look and look at if people smile. And so now you can basically show them things which make them smile, whatever. I think and I think now the question is, if I can build such a system, when do I make people happy? It's the same problem here. So I know I cannot make them, so let's say they are 14 hours awake. When do I make them happy? And so obviously the first thing is, we make them always happy when they enter work, and we make them sad when they leave work. So they want to come the next morning even earlier. So if Google builds that. And I think this is sort of the happiness. I think I really like that but it's one of these, again, and you're completely spot on, it's the objective function. And humans typically have a poor way of writing down their objective functions. If I ask you, what do you want? It's a high dimensional space. I think it's this classical rich, beautiful, lots of time at my hand, all these things I want. But in real life, I get dealt some of it, and I have to make trade-offs between some of them. And very often, if you ask people what trade-offs, we know this from privacy research, people say one thing, but they don't care. And so basically these objective functions, if you ask people, for example, to write down their objective function for their perfect partner, they probably get a person they don't want. And I think these things, so that's why I find it, and I'm completely sure we live in a better world than 40 years ago. I think that's something, no question about it. But this question, I think we have to put it into society. And that's, I think, computer science does this too little. We engage too little. I think that's something we have to tell ourselves. But it's so important to really, as a society, make decisions on that, how we deal with that, and basically not leaving it to sort of either the people who are in sort of the basement at Google implementing the algorithm, or to the lawyers sitting in Brussels who think up sort of regulations. So both of these sides are not our society. So I think there needs to be a societal discussion. And I'm a bit sort of puzzled at this moment how we get this. I think what we see, at least now with the ChatGPT discussion, because that's very approachable for people, we get some of this discussion into the public. But it's really a tricky point. So as I said, I'm lucky it's not the last talk, so somebody can sort of lift us up. But I felt sort of this sort of we have to really get to the questions.
Rüdiger Ziel.
Yeah, thanks a lot. I was puzzled because of 2 points. The first one was about the 500 million options if you type in Potsdam, for example. My impression was that it's not that I have too many options, but that I think I have too many options. Because if I really go through not 500 millions, but say I will invest time and go through 500, I'm pretty sure that, well, don't know, but from the 50s onwards, at least, or even earlier, the most findings are boring. I don't want to know. I mean, some people do that they type in their own name. For example, no one of us, of course, but some people do that, and then they discover, well, the first 20 mentions is myself, but then other people came up with the same surname and the equal last name and so on. So most of the 500 million options are no options at all because they're just fill-ins, so to speak. So
I think that's a really good point, and that says that the algorithms work. They find things that are interesting for you. So that's basically the first thing, and I think that's what Google has invested billions over the last years to basically make this, and not in a bad way. They did this really in sort of a seriously they try to make this really good, not just for business reasons, they really, because that's at the core of their business, to make this something, because that keeps you there. But if you have, I think it was 144 million, I think there are certainly basically if you look at this space, let's say from 10,000 to 20,000, you would code all of them, there are probably 5 pages that are really interesting to you. But you will never get there. So, and I think this is sort of this, I think it's very clear that sort of the density of interesting stuff basically typically falls exponentially, but it does not exclude interesting content in the long tail. So basically, that's it's a very steep falling curve.
But then it's not too different from real life. I mean, that's. Well, the other point is, I always had the impression that the real problem is, and I was told so, that these algorithms don't, that they mirror myself, that they don't have, that are not nudging me because of someone, wherever, the state, the government, Google, or whoever, will nudge me into something they want to do me, like not smoking anymore or whatever, but that the system learns from my own decisions. And that so in a way I'm only replicating myself on and on. That's a real problem, isn't it?
I think it's this, there are different things. And one is basically we typically narrow down, sort of it's a convergence on certain topics, but the systems can deal with this. They basically branch out again. I think the second part is, I think they have optimization functions. So if you look something like TikTok or Instagram, they want to keep you on the page. That's one objective, and they want you to click on certain content. Not very often, because they make a lot of money if you click on one. So even every few days, that's fine. So they want to keep you on, and I think this keeping you there is learning what's interesting to you. And this is that's very clear. It's optimizing for you, but also the level of personalization in those systems is still pretty limited. I think if you look from there have been a number of research, so if you have different people, it is still limited, but it's very clear it wants to please you. Because that's the first thing, in pleasing you, you stay there. And only if you stay there, you can click on stuff. And the first objective is really to keep you there. And obviously this is in a way, it's wasting time. I think that's what we talked earlier. So it's basically, I think that's one of the big things. So you are 3 hours on TikTok, you have seen a lot of videos, and then basically just comes the realization, I have wasted a lot of time. Or not. That's big. Other people say it's I watch television, and I remember when I was a student, there were it was then the 20 programs or something like this. We had a satellite dish, and I think when I was really tired, I basically sat there, watched for a minute, didn't like it, watched for a minute, and that's very similar behavior I see on TikTok. It's basically, it didn't make sense, but I was too tired to sleep. There was nothing else I could really do. And I was basically watching television, and basically that was remote control, flipping through, and I think this is something. So basically, it is really getting to human behavior. But I think this question, how good the algorithms are, this is where the companies differentiate them. So TikTok versus Meta, or Google versus, and I think the others have more or less disappeared, like Yahoo. But I think they're still in China and Russia, there are other search engines running, like Yandex or so basically those algorithms, they invest a lot of effort in really getting them right. That you get in the first few hits something you like, but I think you can try this if you put Potsdam into into Google, into Bing, into Yandex, into a Chinese search engine. They are all the first 10 are all typically quite good, but there is no full overlap. There is and I think if you have always used Google, you find the Google ones better. So because you are trained to like certain things as well, because you know how to navigate those pages that come up first, and so it is quite it's not a one-way road.
Anabel.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, this really got us thinking into so many different directions, so I really appreciated that. I think my question is about a comment you made with regard to the algorithm, the regulation, and the public, because I've been asked in the past about this piece of the regulation, right? Like, what is the role of government regulation, or how people should help regulate more, you know, the use of the algorithms and their influence. But I don't know, I feel like while you were, you know, kind of telling us about it, sometimes you said, well, nobody really knows exactly how the algorithm exactly works, or how we are presented the first, you know, whatever option. So I don't know, I feel like there's, like, it's really difficult. I'm not a computer scientist, right? So for me, like, it's hard for me as a social scientist who does study some of this to even understand, you know, how does the algorithm work, or what, you know, how does it influence what we do? So I'm just kind of curious what your thought is in terms of, you know, how is the public meant to intervene into this discussion when you know, the kind of the understandings are very abstract, they're difficult. Some of the words like AI, you know, who knows what that means in reality. So, I mean, I'm just kind of curious what your thoughts are for future developments, because we kind of trust that, you know, Brussels or whoever is doing their work, right? But obviously you're thinking maybe not. So what is the kind of citizen movement that we should be seeing, and how can maybe computer scientists help to create better understandings here?
So I think one of the things is basically understanding algorithms is inherently tricky. And so there have been sort of these suggestions, oh, just make it open source and we will know how it works. And I think, I'm not sure if Oliver had to teach Introduction to Programming once in his life. If you teach Introduction to Programming, you make students program a program, you can basically, when I get woken up at night, I can program it myself. And I have seen so many versions where I have, basically it's typically 20 lines of code, 15 lines of code, and I have seen so many versions which I would have needed hours to understand. I just didn't get, it worked, but I didn't get why it worked. The students did something really crazy. And I think basically we have 1,000 students doing Introduction to Programming. You get sort of, obviously the majority does it as you expected, and then you have people who do crazy stuff. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. And so basically the idea, oh, we do it open source. And then the computer scientists will understand. That's unlikely. So I think somebody will understand. So basically, believing that you really just by looking at the source code, and I think Elon Musk published a Twitter algorithm, and I looked into it. And I figured out, okay, in my next life, I look deeper into it. So I looked at some of the algorithms, I got some of the ideas, but it takes too much time to do it. So I think looking at the algorithm, publishing the algorithm, is a good thing to basically keep sort of, in a way, that could be something we could do, but that's not solving. One thing we have been discussing now, I don't know the English word, in German it's Beipackzettel. It's basically if you have medication and you get basically, if you have a medication, there is a leaflet inside. It's usually small printed, and I think till 2005 it was really small printed, and then they changed EU regulations, and it's now something which is readable to a person with sort of average intellect. I think that's, and I think this is an interesting part. So we discussed how would be I just used the term, but Beipackzettel, like this leaflet, for TikTok. So the benefits is it's recreational, you see content you haven't really thought about, it is sort of short videos. The negative sides, it may basically draw you into using it longer than you expect. It may lead to sleep deprivation. So basically sort of riding on that level, and then an expert could check if their algorithm really does that. Or basically, if we take something like Tinder, they say, okay, we optimize for that people are matched with people in their sort of local vicinity, and we do basically, perhaps we have sort of, so most of the people will be matched in their local vicinity. We match, basically, we do not match on ethnicity. So basically, these things, and then one expert could be even paid to look at the code to see. But this is something, because that the public would understand, and this is something I could really see. And I think on this level, companies know what they do. They sort of, what are the, and that's what Oliver said, the objective functions. Those we understand, and they are even in the company, they are discussed on management level. What is your, or basically, obviously I said now, TikTok wants to keep you on the page. This is from my observation. I don't know from the algorithms if this is really the thing. So whether they use how quickly I scroll, when I basically, there's a 20-second video, if I basically scroll after 6 seconds to the next one, or after 9 seconds, I guess they are using this. Because that's from my experience, from what we talk in the lab. But I don't know. And I think if they would basically publish something and say, okay, we use your viewing times as an indicator of interest in a certain topic. We classify the topic according to whatever image analysis, they may do that, or according to the text that are used, we don't know. And I think basically if they would write this and not like sort of a, what we have nowadays, if you go onto Google or whatever, you get basically just 10 pages sort of small print. No, that's not. So it's really like sort of this, in that level, like we get for medication, for drugs. So these are the 5 things that are good things that come out. That's what we designed it for. These are sort of side effects you may expect. And you should not use, and I think this sort of, there are things you should not use when you're pregnant or if you basically are suicidal, you should not use that. And I think this is something perhaps we could also have, I think, I'm not really thinking of a good example of the pregnancy, but sort of if you have depression, you should probably not use. Or you could basically say, I'm depressed, and then they may change the algorithm. So something like this. But I think on that level, I guess we could do something. On the level of the algorithm publishing, that's such a small set who will understand them, and then you have to trust them, and that's.
We have 3 more questions, and let me nudge you in time, like optimization. We have 9 minutes left. Okay. Martin Schaad.
Thank you very much, Albrecht. You tried very hard to make me depressed, but I can appreciate this as the attempt to heighten the interaction of the conference participants so that I can run to Stephen and get myself some advice on psychopharmacology. But you have not succeeded. I'm thinking about one particular item in your talk, which was how can we reintroduce a certain randomness in the selection from 1.5 million choices to 1,000 choices to then your choice. This reminded me of scholarship. The Einstein Forum awards every year one scholarship, and the people who decide who is the recipient of that scholarship is the advisory board of the Einstein Forum, and they have about half a day to interview and discuss and decide, and they can review at most 5 candidates, sometimes 6. But we get about 700 to 800 applications. So my colleagues and I, we read through all of them, and we throw out about 600 of them in a first pre-selection procedure. Then we present our much overworked director with the task of having to read the remaining 200. And she then weeds out, after discussion with us, all the rest until we arrive at 5 or 6 candidates. Now, this is, in an analog way, quite similar to the process you described. You yourself envisaged a point where you could reintroduce some randomness by saying you pick the first 1,000 that seem to be correct or pertinent, at least, and then you order them randomly. What about picking 500 instead, the 500 best ones, then randomly picking out of the remainder another 500, and then randomizing them? Would that make a difference? I guess it would, because coming back to the scholarship, we had very diligent and very energetic members of our advisory board who actually made the mistake of asking, I want to see them all. And then we said, all right, we have a database there, about 800 to 1,000 you can review, see you next year, and we decide then. So I always thought that the reintroduction of random fuzziness must somehow be possible, either within the algorithm or outside the algorithm using the thrown out bits. What do you think of that?
I really like that idea, and I think that's something why I brought it up. Also, the interface. If I give you a large screen on the wall, you're pretty good at picking out things. I think we have, I think that's basically our vision is pretty good. So I think this question of, let's assume you have 1,000 applications, and realistically you can interview 6. Or let's put it down to 5. So I think you probably can have a mechanism to exclude people who are sort of not eligible. That's one. And I think this is sort of a step where we basically prune, and let's assume this is sort of taking out a quarter to make it easier. And then basically you're left with 750. And then probably you could say, what are the top candidates I want? This would be the other algorithm, let's say, and this is not 500, this would be in this case, let's pick out let's take 100 that are really sort of, that we could really imagine to have. And then you are left with 650. And then you pick sort of a number, and that's basically, that may be also on your visualization space later. So say you pick another 50, then you have to visualize 150. And then you could basically, and then it already starts, you do, how do you do these manual interactions, I think, and that's something we have been not very creative over the last years. So basically, if I look at what does Amazon do, they show me a list, that sort of, but I could say, I show you 4 candidates, and you basically can throw one out, or you can pick one for being in. And those are not candidates, and I think there we go towards generative AI. I basically build clusters, and I create you a candidate, which basically has features for 50 candidates, and even to the level of where I create an image of that person. So basically, with generative AI, I can basically create clusters. Because we are not good at deciding on clusters. I think search engines have tried this. So there were search engines like Northern Light, 2002, 2003. They basically presented you with clusters, and people just didn't really get the cluster idea. But I think now imagine you basically you synthesize a result, which is not existing. And by this, let's say, you get then 100 times 4, basically always 4 characters. And you say, oh, I think that's a good fit, and the other 3 are not. And then I have 100 decisions. This takes you probably not too long. Or I do this 50, and I have another, and then I go backwards in it. And that's where I say that the algorithms for this, they will be built in the future. I think this, and that's where I'm excited that we really get the stuff back. So I'm not sort of, I'm an optimist, so, but I'm not good at time.
Yeah, that's fine. Samantha.
I'm also an optimist. But what I think gets left out of these conversations, and it also gets left out of serendipity conversations generally, is agency. So if I'm given those 3 choices of routes on Google, and I get into my car and I commence driving, I'm not propelled to the end of that route by that route. I make the choice all along the way to continue down that route. I might stop. I might have looked at the map a little more comprehensively and seen the different alternatives and decide halfway through that the traffic's too hard here, so I'll switch to a different route. And in doing so, not only that, but I also affect the system because I'm inputting data into that system by making those choices. So I'm not a passive recipient of nudging. I'm an active engager with the system that's nudging me. And I think when we leave out agency, we also leave out responsibility. I have a responsibility when I engage that system for the impact of that. And I see this missing also in living lab discussions, right? As though we can go into a system and observe it, and that our observation will make no difference of that system. People are going to hack the living lab just as much as they're going to hack a computer in the sense, and hacking is just, I mean, it's an illegitimate way of, but it is actually a way of expressing agency through a system by manipulating its features. We're not incapable of doing that. So one thing I worry about is the way in which we talk about AI reduces the agency of the people who use it in a way that's not actually true. And I feel like, can't we just make people more aware that they are active agents in this process? And then they make choices to accept those recommendations, and that they are responsible for those choices and the impact it has on the system. It's not just the people in charge, it's also me in using the system. So does this come up in the classroom? I'm just wondering.
Yeah. So I think this is a really important point. I think this question of I think one point is why we talk a lot about it in that way, because people are not making those choices currently. That's the old generation. So I think if you look at how people use navigation systems, they usually follow very religiously navigation systems. If I look at the generation, then the younger generation, the 20 plus at the moment, many of them, they try, so what do you get with older people? That's mainly anecdotal, but if they miss a track, their pulse goes up and they say, oh, I missed that. The younger generation says, oh, doesn't really matter, it will recalculate. So basically they have this experience that sort of, you drive and, oh, I cannot turn left here. I don't care, I just drive on. It's basically, it's sort of, they have a very different mental model. And I think communicating that mental model of basically what an AI, what an assistance is, that's really important. And we have written also, I think 2017, a paper on intervention user interfaces. So basically interfaces, so the idea is there is a system that does something, like your heating system, your car, your autonomous car, and basically you don't care as long as it does what you want. But once you want something different, you do something. But for this, I think one of the key things is to communicate in an efficient and effective way the choice. So for example, if you have an autonomous car, how would you communicate that you can speed up or not? And I live at the weekends, I live in a small village that has a train where you have to press the button that it stops. Usually we pick the people up in the next town who visit us, because nobody presses this button, because it's just, basically, for most people, the mental model of a train does not include a button like the button in the bus that you have to stop. And so I think this is sort of this point. You basically have to understand that you can intervene, and I think that's something quite important. And that goes into the interface design, that we have to build interfaces where people really see, I have agency, I have control. And I think that's something that we did a paper also mainly raising the questions of how we design those interfaces to keep people in control and not just giving them the impression of control. Because we see at the moment a lot of the design impression of control instead of...
I want to push you away from control though, because agency is not always a case of control. I think what I would like to throw back at you is, instead of telling them how they can control things or not, tell them how they affect the system, whether or not they act with agency or passively. Because you do. You're involved in the system. You're promoting specific biases. It's like recognizing racism in your own behavior. You perpetuate the racism so long as you don't recognize that you yourself are acting racist, because you continue creating this normalcy of that kind of behavior. It's only when you start questioning it and realize that even acting passively contributes to that systemic bias has an effect. So I would push a little further away from the control model, and I'm talking too long.
I think just one answer. I think people want extremely simple. So basically, if you don't want to think about the things that work. So like your heating system, if it works, you don't want to really reflect on it. And I think this is sort of the tricky part. Where do we get people, where do we use people's cycles to reflect and where we don't? Where is it worthwhile and where not? And I think that's one of the big challenges.
Okay, thank you very much for a very enlightening talk and for a very lively discussion. And yeah, first of all, thank you. And we'll take a very short coffee break of about 10 minutes and then gather again for Anabel's talk.
So I'd just like to welcome you to the last session of the symposium today, and here to talk to us about the relationship between the environment and serendipity in the humanities is Anabel Quan-Haase from the Western University in Ontario. Thank you.
Great. Thank you so much, Dominic, for the introduction. And thank you so much for hosting us here at the forum. So much appreciated. And Martin, for all the organizing. It is a real pleasure. So I will be continuing. I mean, it's a really good flow with both the two previous talks. So I'll be talking specifically about, humanities and historians in relation to serendipity, both trying to compare physical environments and digital environments. But before I start, I would like to acknowledge where Western University is located. It's located on the traditional territories of the Anishinaabe, the Haudenosaunee, the Lunapavik, and Choctaw nations, on lands connected with the London Township and Sombra Treaties of 1796 in the Dish with One Spoon Covenant Wampum. So this land continues to be home to diverse indigenous peoples, whom we recognize as contemporary stewards on the land and their vital contributions to our society. So Western is part of the Truth and Reconciliation that Canada is engaging in which we work closely to undo all the justices to the indigenous people today. So I also would like to acknowledge a collaborator. So all this work that I will be presenting today has been done in my research lab with a range of students, postdocs, as well as collaborators in our field. So I'm going to just acknowledge all of their contributions to the research. So I will be walking you through a number of different questions that I think are at the heart of really a lot of the issues we've talked about here today. So what is serendipity? How can we understand it? And I love the idea that there's so many different methodologies that we can get at. What does it mean? What does it mean to different groups of people? Can we have overarching understandings? And in particular, when it comes to the digital environments, I want to kind of touch also on digital historians as a kind of unique case study of a group of humanities scholars that has been moving towards the use of digital tools in their research work. So I want to talk a little bit about that, and if we have time, so I don't know if we will have time at the end, but to continue the conversation we just started with Albrecht about, can we design tools that promote this? How do we design them? And also with the question of a fine balance, which is too much serendipity good or bad? What kind of advice should we give to historians? I mean, I think that a lot of the work that I do, I see as influencing best practice and training of future historians. So should we be, advising, young academics to follow, serendipity, or, with a lot of the constraints and funding today and the need to, perish or publish, should we be kind of training future generations more to stay on task? So I think there's, I won't be providing an answer to this question, but I think it's something we need to consider carefully in terms of the messages that we're sending. So then, what is serendipity? How do we understand it? I won't be going over this because we've talked about it extensively, but as some of you may know, it is one of the favorite words in the British language. So it was actually chosen with nincompoop, I think, as well as discombobulates as the top English languages. But what is also important is that Phil Abelson mentioned that serendipity is a bonus to the receptive, prepared scientist, and not a substitute for hard work. So again, here we see something that we've seen a lot already in our discussions, which is what is the fine balance between accident, luck, and maybe that kind of prepared mind that we've stressed so far. So we took a very different approach in our study, and again, this kind of follows a little bit about the work that Joseph has done, and that we decided that rather than giving our participants a definition of serendipity, we wanted to learn about the meaning of the word on the ground. So And we felt, I do a lot of cross-cultural, cross-comparative work, both comparing different social media platforms as well as comparing different languages. So, a lot of our research is cross-cultural, cross-country based. So I felt this was a unique challenge because being a German speaker, of course, I knew that the word didn't really exist in a German language. So we were kind of curious, how do you deal with a word that has no roots, right, in Latin or Greek, and how would German scholars approach this? So I paired up with Geses in Cologne, and we did a study of 26 German-speaking scholars, of which mostly most of them were males, and 12 were social scientists and 14 were computer scientists, so a total of 96 participants. And what we did in this case was we decided to approach it a little bit differently. So rather than tell them, tell us what serendipity is, we actually gave them what we thought was a case scenario of serendipity. And we said, okay, this is something that happened to Jan. So, this is the kind of situation that Jan is. And interesting, somebody was talking about time. So we decided to do a lot of variation on time in our study because we were really curious how time matters. And we asked them, well, how often do you experience this? And how would you describe it? We never used the word serendipity because we wanted to see what kind of language would they come up with themselves. So surprisingly, they used 18 unique words. So obviously there was no real agreement as to what this scenario described. 3 of them were serendipity, others were just luck, eureka, snowballing, synergy, coincidence, miracle, openness, surprise. So again, interesting from a research perspective is that it seems like it's hard to get an agreement on exactly what the word means, and I think there's more opportunity to do more cross-language kind of work when it comes to the meaning of serendipity. Now, when it comes to how often this happens to them, again, quite a bit of variability, but I do feel like that the findings here do suggest that it is potentially an important phenomenon, right? Because we're not seeing it doesn't happen at all, but rather for the majority, it's something that happens about monthly. So some of the research we were interested in is, well, what exactly leads to creativity? Who are the people who are experiencing it? And here we've gone to some of the work by Macri et al., who said that it's about varying your routines, being observant, making mental space, relaxing boundaries, drawing on previous experiences and exploited those connections, and looking for patterns and seizing opportunities. So overall, I think we can conclude that there's little really understanding about exactly what the process is, but a lot of research does suggest that there's value in encountering information rather than seeking it, and also that there's a group of people that are much more likely to experience serendipity, so the super encounterers, right, that Erdeles describes, and so on. Now, I wanted to quickly, there's many models. Our team has also developed a model of serendipity. I think there's something, that everybody feels they can contribute by looking at serendipity in different social contexts. This is one that our research has drawn on by McPeat and Toms, and I think I would just like you to note one of the things that will become important later in my talk, which is the trigger. So I think when looking at digital environments, thinking about the trigger, right? Can you design for the trigger that leads to the serendipity? I think is a really important question. How do you design for that? And maybe one of the discussion points could be, are there other areas where we could design for serendipity? So this is the one area that we've kind of identified as potentially important. So I'm moving on now to the second part, and I think this really goes well with our idea of pharmacology, astronomy. Do we need to understand serendipity in a specific social context? Does it make sense to think about the specific information behaviors of different scholars and how that links to the need for serendipity? So we've looked extensively, and I won't be able to present that all today, but what makes historians unique, right? Or what are their information behaviors? And what we find here is that historians tend to be nonlinear. So they're really kind of looking at unconventional ways of doing, of engaging in the research process, browsing, so going, through stacks of information, has been shown as a really central feature of the historical research process. And finally, unlike many other scholars, the library and the archives are really central sites for historians to find useful information. And we feel that these findings are really important for the training of future historians. So an advice that students are often given is go to the stacks, go and browse, learn how to see, learn how to find. So how can we build on that in terms of the serendipity and the best practices? The other thing that has come up a lot in our research as well is how does AI come and play into this? And in particular here with a massive shift in terms of how libraries work today, what they look like, and also the idea that perhaps we're moving into an area where there will be no more physical environments where students can go and interact with that. So for history then, understanding how browsing works, where we're looking for the volumes, how we understand how adjacent volumes and books work together, and what do we see important and interesting in relating different kind of books and stacks is really important here. So one of the things that we found in our study was that often historians are very worried moving forward into the future. So in our research, we look particularly at the relevance that they see in the organization of the library stacks and the opportunity to look more broadly. So we interviewed specifically historians, and we were interested in what is the value that they see in the move towards ebooks, using ebooks, in historical research, and can ebooks potentially here kind of replace the traditional book? So in our interviews, we found repeatedly that historians are very worried, and I think that links specifically to our previous talk about the end of serendipity. So for historians, they feel that potentially this massive digitization could remove a serendipitous experience that is so critical for the historical research process. And the central concern for most of the historians is around what is being digitized. So what are the decisions that are being made by archivists in particular around what resources are digitized and which are not? And one of the central kind of worries here is that historians believe that students, in particular the next generations, tend to make decisions around the projects that they're interested in pursuing based on the accessibility of resources and the easiness by which the resources or the materials can be identified. So to them, the fact that some resources may be more likely to be digitized can create an inequality in terms of the projects that will be pursued in the future. So one of the things that we're trying to look at right now in Canada, in particular from a decolonizing and feminist perspective, is what is the decision-making underlying the digitization process in a lot of the institutions in Canada in terms of what is being digitized, what is not being digitized, how quickly are resources being digitized, and potentially will that remove that opportunity of historians going into an archive and potentially just discovering something that was not known to them or that they were really not aware of, and how will that influence what we're interested in. So we're particularly then interested in the impact of digitization on that serendipitous discovery and on what historians will study. So one of the approaches that we thought could potentially be interesting here is to look at those historians who identify as digital historians. So again, there's a lot of controversy here around the term digital historian, because some historians say, well, all historians today are becoming more digital, Other people think that, historians use a kind of, as I described earlier, a set of information, behaviors, and training, that is kind of general to all historians. But the approach that we took is that we send out a live survey through social media, through digital media, and we allowed historians to self-identify. So we thought that this would be a way of getting around labeling historians as digital historians, but rather allowing them to self-identify. So what we thought we could look at here was precisely, how does the digital environment influence those historians who are most comfortable with the use of digital tools. So this could be a range of digital tools, either where the materials are digital or whether using analytical digital tools for text analysis. So both of those we were interested in. So again, here as we see, it has been proclaimed that Googling around the internet cannot possibly substitute for good old-fashioned library research, and this is certainly true, but we're perhaps reaching a point in our relationship to the online world at which it is important to recognize that the reverse is equally true. So as you can see here, there's quite a bit of tension between historians and digital historians as to what are the best approaches. But as more and more resources become digitized, it is of course really important to see, well, what are the digital environments that historians are going to? And in particular, in this study, we were interested in a comparison of how are those digital environments that historians are using designed, and what are potentially features embedded in those environments that could lead to further serendipity. So our study then in part is kind of a comparative study where we're interested both in historians and digital historians, varying by comfort with the technology, but also trying to kind of contrast the physical versus the digital environment, and asking in particular here questions around where do historians kind of experience serendipity the most, and what kind of features of these environments do they see as most relevant. And perhaps just to kind of give you a little bit of background here as to what we mean specifically when we talk about features, we draw here on approaches that are called social affordances of technology. And specifically what those theories say is that similar to the way that physical environments are designed to elicit certain kind of behaviors or create opportunities for behavior, similarly, digital environments can be as well designed with those kind of behavioral intentions in mind. And just to give you a simple example here, depending on where we travel around the world, doors may elicit more or less opportunities for opening the door. So this morning, even when I entered, the institute, I was like trying to figure out, do I need to push the door or pull the door? So good design features would elicit that behavior automatically. So similarly, when we talk about social affordances and features online, for example, if you're a WhatsApp user, I don't know if many of you have used WhatsApp, but for example, you can see on the top next to the person's name, it says online, right? So that would be a social affordance of visibility, because the technology is telling you that the other person is online and potentially available for interaction. So when we study digital environments, usually we try to kind of understand what the informational and social affordances of those technologies and what kind of informational and social behaviors do they both provide us opportunities as well as constraints. So a constraint would be perhaps that a technology only allows you for dyadic interaction. So it constrains the communication by reducing it to a specific number of people. So building on that, then we believe that we don't have a really good understanding of how these digital environments specifically, lead to that serendipitous kind of experience. So again, then our big question then here is, can we find those features within those systems that potentially suggest a greater serendipity or that are eliciting serendipity? And just going back, and I'll talk about that in a minute, but building on those models of serendipity that I talked about earlier, where the trigger, that design feature in the system can potentially elicit that noticing of a piece of information or something relevant that gets highlighted in a similar manner to perhaps browsing the stacks the red book does, right? You see a red book or a big book, and you notice that, and that draws your attention toward it. So this study specifically was based, as I mentioned earlier, on an online survey. So we sent out the survey mostly on social media and online, and we wanted to kind of expand on our previous work where we had mostly drawn on small-scale interviews, the more qualitative interviews with participants. But if you notice here, we used a combination of a closed survey with open-ended responses because we wanted to get a better understanding as well of some of the more nuances of how participants were seeing the features. So when we look at the division here, we can see that about half of the people that participated in our study self-identified as digital historians, and the other half as more traditional kinds of historians. So we listed here in particular their comfort, kind of to give you just a sense of the extent of fluency that they have with a wide range of environments, of digital environments. And again, as you can see, most of them are very comfortable with search engines, word processing, email, library interfaces. And again, if you notice there, the Twitter, I think this may also just reflect, and that's important to note here, where we did most of the recruiting. So, because most of the recruiting was done on social media, so the comfort with social media is reflected here. Again, some of the more kind of like coding, less comfort reported. So I'll discuss next some of our core findings here. So the first one is, where do people report experiencing serendipity the most? And not surprising here, it is still the traditional library and archive. So I think as we move forward in terms of training of the next generation, of historians, I think realizing that those physical spaces are still so important for the historical research is important. But again, we also see searching on the web as being important. And when we compare the digital historians versus the more traditional self-identified historians, we actually find a reversal of the findings. So it's, at this point difficult to interpret that, but potentially as digital historians spend more time online, have more comfort, potentially that is yielding to more serendipitous experiences on digital interfaces. Now, when we asked them, the participants, to list up to 3 digital environments where they have experienced serendipity, they listed 194 different places. So really, does serendipity happen in one place? Clearly not. I think a lot of this depends on where scholars are, what they're most comfortable with. But I think one of the findings when we try to kind of code all these distinct places into more higher, categories, that the one thing that we did find consistency on is the social media. So it seems as if for scholars, social media is one of the most important spaces for having that serendipitous experience. They also mentioned ancestry website, archives, and databases. Now, when we look specifically at the social media, we've done additional studies trying to look at digital humanities scholars, and what we found here is that many digital humanities scholars spend a lot of time on Twitter, and in particular, they follow Twitter historians, so there's certain hashtags that is important to them. So we've done a series of follow-up studies trying to kind of figure out, well, how does that serendipity happen? How do the hashtags help? And some of the things that we found related a bit to the kind of notion of the agency of individuals when they're online is that often those who are the most engaged, so that follow certain hashtags, that know others on the Twitter sphere, that are very engaged and following and searching for information on Twitter, are the individuals who report the most, the most likelihood experiences of serendipity. So again, important to note here, of course, is that, as we know, there's algorithms that are at work, but also historians follow, of course, those people that have similar interests. So this is not a random kind of phenomenon, but rather they place themselves in a location where they will encounter highly relevant information to their work. So the serendipity kind of happens through that exposure. So again, here we see the active engagement leading to greater experiences of serendipity. Some of these studies, not all of these studies are based on historians. Some of them we actually examined university students, and we found kind of similar findings that people who are the most engaged in a digital environment and are spending the most time on it, interacting with the features the most, are the ones who report the most likely to being involved in serendipity. So our next set of findings is related to what are the kind of experiences that they have, and here we looked at 3 different questions. So this is based on previous work of Laurie McKay-Peet of 2003, where she was looking at what kind of information do we find in different environments. So here I encounter useful information, ideas, or resources that I'm not looking for. I experience mixes of unexpected and insight that lead to valuable and anticipated outcomes. And in digital environments, I experience serendipity that has an impact on my work. So again, very important that most of our participants reported the serendipity impacted their work the most and everyday life kind of experiences the least. So it seems as if the relevance here is the greatest when it comes to their own work. And I think that has something to do, again, with the prepared mind, that as the more they get involved in a project, the more likely they are to encounter, relevant information in the digital environment. So next I would like to talk about the specific features and the affordances that we were interested in. And here particularly we drew on previous models that had already identified some of the important ways that serendipity can be engaged. So this is work by McKay-Peet, Toms, and Callaway, and they found 5 different facets that lead to the serendipity. So either it enables further exploration, the environment is trigger-rich, it highlights triggers, so this could be through noticing, through potentially pop-ups, the information enables creating new connections, or it potentially leads to the unexpected. So we presented our participants with the following questions. So please, again, this was an open-ended question, describe the features of the environment that you think is helpful, and which ones are the most that you find the most conducive to the serendipitous experience. So what we did is we coded all the answers based on the framework, but at the same time we were open as well for additional new codes to come up. So here, as you can see, the highlighted codes are the new codes that we were able to identify in the text. So for example, something that wasn't really mentioned in the original theory was people. So we identified that a lot of connections were made through people, a heuristic search, showing that agency on behalf of the historians was really critical, often also keyword search. So here, when it came to keyword search, people tried to change their keywords, and they found that through this kind of constant changing of keywords, they would often find new and unexpected information. So we then, across all of the participants, tried to figure out, well, which are the most important, and we highlighted them here in yellow. So as you can see, enables exploration was the most important in a digital environment. So when people encountered the digital environment, they wanted the environment to trigger them to go further than the information that they already saw. And the keyword search, again, was really critical to them, the highlighting of triggers, as well as the social media and the people. So our model then, in terms of the design of these environments, is that we feel that in digital environments that work, and this is again specifically for historians and digital historians, these are the things that they're looking for in their digital environments that potentially lead to that kind of serendipitous experience. And just to give you a few examples of some of the, the mentions in our data. So here again, I use Google and Google Books like a library interface. So again, when we look at the digital historians, for them, web searches, linked data, full text searches are really important, and many of them have been able to kind of replace the library archive through Google Books. So I think this is a very common feature that we see in digital historians. Then here an example for highlights triggers. So interfaces that allow to see connections I wouldn't have thought of, like a tag cluster. This seems to somehow recreate the effect of browsing the shelves or folders in a physical archive library. So in particular, links on web pages, showing new connections online seems really important. And I guess when we think of this, most of the interfaces we see today are rather, we talked about the comfort with Google search, are rather simplistic, and I think historians are looking for a lot more complex kind of user interfaces. Here, the keyword search. Keyword searches are good, but you must be flexible with them and change the words until you get a strike. This is something like fly fishing. So again, the idea that keyword searching can be really important, but also the kind of willingness to change and modify that search. And then finally here, connecting through people. It's a process of controlled serendipity. I follow people I'm interested in, for example, or start on a web page that is key to my work. From there, I go on structured explorations. So really being able to identify who are the important people that we can follow, getting advice from them, looking at what they're posting on social media, very critical for historians and digital historians. So I wanted to kind of just draw your attention on something that came about in our work and a number of our different studies. And that was the role of agency. So even though serendipity is often perceived as something that happens to people, or that there's kind of a piece of luck or coincidence, in a lot of our interviews with digital historians, we found that they used a lot of active words. So they constantly talked about, how they placed themselves in situations where that serendipity could happen or was most likely to happen. They also often talked about how they were hoping kind of that there was kind of like certain expectation that the serendipity would happen in some environments more than others. So as a result, we think that it's really critical to continue training historians into what is browsing. Where do you go? How do you put yourself in that situation? And we think that historians are trained to become active agents in their experience of serendipity, and that the context in which they are really matters in terms of allowing them to make those connections. So again, the design of those environments then are really critical. So what are some of the key takeaway messages then from my talk today? So historical research is not static. Digital environments are really changing how historians work. Agency, we think, is central to the serendipity. It's not an accident. We think that the design matters. So through our research, we were able to identify some of the features that historians are looking for in terms of where they think, how the design can influence their serendipitous experience the most. We feel that more tools are needed for historians, and we feel that heuristic serendipity is really an important part, that we need to study. So what are some of the bigger conclusions then here today? So humanities scholars are worried about a loss of serendipity linked to the sources that are available and where they are available. So I think moving forward, doing more research on what is being digitized, how salient is that what is digitized, and potentially creating more interfaces or more means for historians to actually search digital archives, we think could be potentially an important future development. And that is because even though materials may be digitized, that doesn't mean that historians will encounter them, especially if they don't know what they're searching for. So again, Google is great when you have the keywords, but in the archive, we stumble open things. So the more we digitize, the more that question of how will historians find those resources becomes critical. And in particular, taking a feminist decolonializing approach here, we think may be very important. Again, I think we are seeing Google making an effort as well. Of course, Google does not interface with archives, which is where we see somewhat of a limitation. But we do think that Google is trying to move away from providing just simple search to creating more environments for stumbling open information. So one of the developments that we have started are trying to kind of weave in ideas of like meta, right, and more virtual reality. And we've developed a first prototype of a tool called Stack. So Stack is specifically designed for historians, and the idea of Stack is to integrate both the library itself, which we know is so important to historians, with access to digital resources. Now, I want to just kind of say this is a very early prototype, and it doesn't really work very well because geolocation doesn't really work very well within the library setting. But the idea that we have is that as people navigate the library, they will be able to seamlessly interact with those resources through their cell phones, so that the cell phone can give them additional suggestions that are not present in the library at the moment. There are many reasons why we think this is important, but one of them is because in North America, at least, many library collections are being replaced with community workspaces. So I think that being able to enhance the physical library through a much greater, access to virtual resources, we think is really important in the future. Finally, I also talked a little bit about, the idea of having a fine balance between, exploration and finding new information, and issues of time management and distraction. And I think the work on serendipity here links a lot to notions of multitasking, distraction, entertainment on TikTok, and the ability to teach next generations about meta-learning skills. So we don't have any answers here, but we're working currently a lot with undergraduate students. So how do you both create, a willingness for discovery, a love for discovery, for finding new resources, while at the same time teaching students to engage in those important meta-learning, tasks where they're able to kind of figure out, when are they off task, right? Because I think today, with so many constraints put on students and demands, being able to both explore, but being able to come back to the task are important as well. Okay, well, thank you for that.
I was just thinking that the one of the virtues of the library stacks is that it allows for a certain kind of procrastination, not being targeted in your search, but you're still, the material that you're exposed to is still more or less on target. It's sort of in the subject space. It's the difference between going down a rabbit hole that has nothing to do with what you're looking at online and still looking at things that are kind of related by subject matter in the stacks, where you can kind of feel like it's sort of productive procrastination rather than unproductive procrastination. I don't know.
No, it's interesting.
Yeah.
What we did is, I don't know, it did pass ethics, but we actually put cameras on our graduate students and sent them off to do different tasks. And we were surprised about how many of them were confused. And I don't know if it's a training thing. I mean, I think before we provided a lot more training in terms of how to use the library stacks. There may be a gap in understanding of how to use the library today, right? I think that training may be missing. I don't know how it is in the German context, but I think that's where I see some of the problems, is that before people had a much better sense of how to approach the physical environment. I think a lot of young people today are much more comfortable online.
Questions? Albert?
So I think obviously the user interface question is something we're sort of excited, and I think the findings you have, it's just really, really interesting to look forward. And I think one of the big questions is, why are we not having specialized room? And I think that's for me something, since I started in this profession of user interface technology. So basically we can build rooms that have certain facilities. Like you could, and I think we did in different contexts, we had a wall where you could put about 500 pages in full in full resolution onto the wall, and you get basically these things. You can put a whole book just on the wall, can highlight sort of certain terms, and so you see things, and we don't do it. And I think that's and a lot of the points you had are really hinting at that. And I think, and now basically we take these, the real world. You said, oh yeah, we put it on the mobile phone, but imagine basically screens all around the library. So you walk through, and it will change every day things. So if you think of collections that are in store and basically you could have sort of every day you could see new things when you walk down the hallway in the university, and basically, so I think it's technically it's feasible. And if we look at cost, I think we spend a lot of money on a lot of things, but we haven't really gotten around it, and I don't understand why. Do you have an idea why we're not doing that?
No, because our data really does suggest that would make a lot of sense, I think. And what I have seen, though, is that idea, but integrated into the library catalog. So, for example, University of Windsor, which is near London, now provides you, when you look for a book, it actually provides you the view of that book, how it would be if there was a real library stack. So they're trying to recreate virtually what you would see if you went into the library. But there's very little of that. I feel like there could be a lot more. And there is research actually comparing some of these interfaces. So, and it's very clear what people are looking for. So, yeah, it's kind of a real puzzle. And it could be everywhere, right? Because you don't need actually a library. You could have it, every faculty could have their own virtual library.
Yeah. And I think what we see is virtual reality is one obvious option, but I think industries where this has basically completely taken over is the financial industry. So basically, you have people having something like 4 to 6 4K screens, and if analysts basically are in that space, you never get them away from it. And we have seen sort of these transitions outside of research. It's basically where it matters. People say, if I have 4 screens, I will not go back to 2, and if I have 6 screens, I go on. And I've realized this myself in my home, so basically I bought screens, so big screens, and I think it's this question. So I find this evidence. I think we probably need to write proposals in that space.
Well, and it's interesting because in the public library, they're still very good at that. So, for example, when you enter a public library, there's always a random display of books that is relevant to people, and people somewhat see that as serendipitous, but that has been curated, right? It's like an art gallery. There's a lot of curation that happens in information systems that users don't really realize, but that's how they find relevant information. Because if you don't see it, right, like that's why the public library has it as a visual display, because then you notice it. If it was stuck in, it wouldn't cut your attention.
Rüdiger.
Yeah, thank you. 2 questions. One is a very simple one. Did you take into account the age of the persons you interviewed? Whether, I mean, the simple question whether younger people are more acquainted with reading on screen, for example, things like that. That might make a difference. The other thing is, did you look for whether or not the content is generated for the internet per se, or whether it's just by chance there, or by history, whatever? I'll give you an example. If you work, for example, with books from the 18th century, see, then it was in the old times, it was sometimes very difficult. I don't speak about archives, only about rare books. If you just look for them, you have sometimes to travel or to make Fernleihe, as you see, to order the books from Munich to your place, and it's very difficult. And then if you have them per distance, you could not, they're out of their context in this library anyway. But nowadays, you have all these old books scanned, and you can use them more or less as if you were in a library, or even better, because you have all the libraries in your library at home. So, but this is not content that is generated for the internet. So that is more an old-fashioned, but now digitalized. There is maybe no difference in using it, but it's the only thing, it's easier. The next step would be, as you mentioned, keywords, searching for. So this is very specific to the internet. And then the third point is content that is explicitly generated for the, like websites, like whatever. And then you very often have very short text, and that is a difference in how texts work, and that might, and sometimes you have the very devastating experience that they replicate itself lots and lots and lots, and then you have always, I mean, you have Wikipedia and then have 10 other pages, well, and they just replicate Wikipedia, for example, and then there is no use no sense in serendipity and so on. So these different examples, have you looked for these different examples as well?
No, thank you so much for that question. We did look at age. So, and absolutely. So when we look at digital historians, age becomes a big factor that, kind of makes that distinguishes there. Having said that, though, we were quite surprised that the more digital resources are available, and once people kind of understand how they work sometimes, they're very willing to adopt. So sometimes it's just a matter of familiarity, I would say, rather than age. So I would say age is not the factor. The factor is the familiarity. But again, when it comes to digital historians, many of them code, right? So again, there's kind of the age may come in there because they're already they're trained as digital historians, but because they're just coming up now, they tend to be a bit, they tend to be younger. So for example, in Canada, the digital historians we studied, often they would produce text, they would write online with a community commenting on their book as they were writing it. So I feel like digital historians are trying to be very innovative in their approaches to using technology. To the question about content for the internet, we did find that in our interviews of historians, and again, it's really important to note that these are historians, because a lot of these findings don't apply to other scholars, but for historians, the original book often really mattered. So they would say, yes, it is good for me to have Google Books or a digital copy to look something up quickly if I'm familiar with the text. But often, if they wanted to do a larger research project, they talked about the materiality of the book. So it looks like the materiality sometimes continues to be an important dimension for how you interact with the historical text. Will they change in the future? Difficult to know. But I think that goes to your other point about generated for the internet. So for example, I'm familiar with a larger project here in Germany where the Nietzsche-Werke that are originally in Weimar were fully digitized, right? So, but what they did there is they created a digital version that is meant to be an online digital version. And I don't know if you're familiar with it, but they actually won a prize for that. And the reason is because they were able to recreate in a digital version Nietzsche's original, not only the handwriting, but they used the full digital to display important information for a historian, like when something was struck through, notations that were reversed or on the side. So they really used the digital as a new way of representing text that, yes, you can access the facsimile, right? You can access the digitized version, but as a scholar, that is not very useful because you can't really read the handwriting. So the digital version now is actually almost a better representation of the original than the original. It's bizarre, but that is a text that was meant for digital use, right? A historical text recreated specifically not as a digitization of the original, but a digitization of what the original actually says. I don't know if that makes sense.
Samantha.
I didn't know if you saw that hand. You mentioned spatial relations in relation to recall. And I just wanted to find out more about how that observation came about. It's something that this file drawer problem and institutional memory. Memory, I find, is a really important factor in a lot of serendipity. And for me, physicality is how I remember things. So I'm really interested in this generalization of my experience, if that's what it is. But if you could, how did you come about that observation, and how important was it?
Recall was really important because, and I think that has to do something with the temporality of serendipity, which often is difficult to capture in research. But people would often say that if they notice something important, but it got lost in all the kind of, information overload that we have today, then that didn't often yield a serendipity kind of later on experience. So for them, this kind of recall was really important. So for example, when we designed Stack, our prototype, we built it around two elements of serendipity, right? We specifically designed it for noticing. How do you notice things that could be relevant? And how do you recall them? So, for example, just having a cell phone and taking a picture, right? So, for example, Google Scholar allows you now to save resources in a special folder linked to your profile. So that recall component for us is really central. That something that you think, that you notice, that you think is important, can you immediately act on it, or do you need to somehow save it for recalling it later on so that then you can make sense of it? And I think that is related to this kind of workflow. Because if you do that all the time, you will never get your original task done. So that's why doing this kind of quick save recall, I think, is really important for the serendipitous experience. So yeah.
Just to push this a little further, because Sanda and I have actually talked about this before, where is the optimal situation to have like a warehouse full of possible interesting things just kind of hanging out somewhere? And at what point do you overcapacity that, right? Do you get to the point where it becomes useless because there's too much information? Have you thought about that at all in the design? I'm curious.
We haven't, but I do remember in Sanda's original study and the experiment she did, that was one of the central pieces, right? Because she had given the students the task, and she had kind of sneaked in the serendipitous information, but they all stayed on task. And when they were later interviewed, they all reported, well, we felt we were in an experiment and we couldn't actually follow the lead. So, clearly there's something to be said about what is the context in which you feel that you can follow that lead, and can you recall it later, because the students couldn't in the experiment, right? So if they had been able to save it and recall it later, it would have helped them with the task. So that's why I think when Sanda looks at that, it's interesting because she's got the original task, then she's got the serendipity come in. Do you actually act on that or not, right? That agency component. But yeah, I don't know if there's a point when you have too much saved for the serendipity later that it breaks down.
Thinking of my computer files at home. Yes.
Martin Schaad.
Thank you very much, Anabel. As a historian, I'm all for listening and inquiring into the needs and demands of historians, what they might get out of the digital environment, and perhaps optimizing that through interface design. But historians are not consumers. Why should we listen to their needs if they don't themselves, as content providers, allow us to experience serendipity by digital means? What I'm trying to get at relates to the library stack. It's an ideal picture that one goes in there and grabs the book next to the book you were actually looking for, and then discovering something unexpected. Actually, from personal experience, I would think this is an idealized picture. The first instance of serendipity is in the book that you have searched, because you're actually, I might be very German in this, you're not interested in the text, you're interested in the footnotes, because that's, if it's an OpenStack library, you can look at the book referenced right on the same day, same visit. That's the beauty of the OpenStack library. Now, if you write a history book and you use the digital as a content provider, not as a consumer, then you should actually hyperlink all your footnotes. And I think that should be a demand. It's not just a matter of teaching historians how to use, but it's a demand on historians of how to produce. Mm-hmm. Because if you can find lots of 18th century books in the Münchner Staatsbibliothek online, if you can find archives, and I know many archives, including the most conservative archive in Germany, the political archive of the Auswärtige Amt, they have digitized a lot of their archival material. So if I read a history book and I see a footnote reference to a letter by Reichskanzler Bülow to State Secretary Richthof, I can see no reason why that shouldn't be hyperlinked, and I can see that letter right away. So it might be a bit unfair, but I would say to historians, well, do your stuff first. If you provide content, then allow for serendipity by hyperlinking. And perhaps one should put some funding might behind this and allow for open access publications that do that.
No, and I think that's a very important point, Martin, because when we interviewed historians about the use of ebooks, they were often very concerned at first and really pushed back. And the more we talked to them, we had a couple of people change their mind on the use of ebooks. And I think a lot of them did it because of exactly those reasons. So I think perhaps, and I mean, some of the research was done about 10 years ago, so things may be changing also in terms of how historians are approaching publications. So I do think that can expedite, right, the making of connections. Whether they're serendipitous or not is a different question, but I think it can certainly create a much greater web of connectivity, because you can, go as much as you want through the footnotes to the original text, which is what we do all the time now through referencing, right? Yes. Like when I was a student, referencing meant going to the library, photocopying an article. Yeah. Today, you just click on, the citation and you can read the original. So I think that there's a lot of value in that kind of web of connectivity. But I think we have a new problem. Which is just the information overload, right? I think that's why, to me, that question becomes so important.
Excuse me, but the problem of information overload is an analog problem, not a digital one. I'll tell you why. The ideal picture of how knowledge is accumulated in historical science is that I write a piece on some obscure Danish prince, and someone else in the field reads that and goes back to the same archive that I've used and checks all of my footnotes if I've done that correctly. No one does that anymore. There's far too many publications. It's information overload already in the printing age. So no one does that unless you write about a most prominent example where some people have investments, ideological investments or something, then they would do that and check, is Martin quoting this right? But in the grand scheme of things, this does not happen anymore. And I think that's the power and the promise of the digital. If you lay open your sources and you hyperlink them, and if I quote that letter and someone says Martin is writing nonsense, then he or she should be able to click it and see if it is nonsense. And I think as long as we don't utilize this potential, I needn't worry about the needs of historians to get easy access to. See what I mean?
Well, but that's how ChatGPT is caught, right? Because often it doesn't reference properly, it doesn't have the right resources. So I think that's a good approach for fact-checking. Check the footnotes. At least that's my understanding.
Sorry.
Exactly.
So Albrecht had a follow-on question from that.
I think we know ChatGPT makes up the footnote, and I think we know researchers do sometimes as well. And I think that's why, and I think sort of from in the digital age, I think the information overload is, in my view, not a realistic problem. That's an interface problem. Because if you just even do something, if you work every day and you accumulate every day of your working life 100 publications in your store, and you have a decent interface, that's really easy to search. So I think that's more, it's an analog thing, I think, and even sort of the automated checking, I think that's at the moment, if it's linked, ChatGPT-like tools can do a first automated checking whether that text is in there. So I think that's a sort of thing. But I think there's one technical issue, I think, which I find with the current tools is that the deep linking is not supported. So you click your way through, that's why people cannot. And I think that should be a requirement, that you can really link to each letter in that collection and not to the collection. But some of the things you can, and some of them are still sort of where you, and that's, yeah. And I think, but I want to go to another way if we go digital, and I think we've seen this now in areas, even our digital libraries in computer science, papers are changed. And they're changed for good reasons, so people change their gender, we change their names. And I think this question of digital historians or digital history. We did 2 years back or 3 years back, we did a paper where we it was more like a thought piece again on basically the risks of going all digital, not having. So basically we wrote a paper that presents itself different to different reviewers, and then, so obviously in the digital library we have then a final version, but we just had a paper that changes itself, and it went through the review process, created some discussion, but it and I think we can do content that changes itself. And now basically if we want to cancel out something, and I think history is obviously one of those things where we like that. So is it on a fundamental idea something good that we go the digital way, and what does it do to serendipity once we basically, you reference something, but I look next time, the text is gendered. And I think this is something which is so in the German language, I think we look at the moment, there's an original text, and basically because we can't read the original, like the Nietzsche thing, somebody lays a digital overlay, and the digital overlay is then the initial version is really the original with the spelling mistakes or the old spelling, then somebody thinks, oh, that's too hard to read, and then the next one says, oh, but it should really be gendered, and then certain words should not be used. And then we end up in a world where we have a very different history. So basically, is this an issue that comes up in that space?
Very important question, in particular because there is a recent trend both in the UK and elsewhere to change books, right? I don't know. Germany. Yeah, and where do you start? Where do you end that? That's I think an important question. And maybe that is a computer science question, because perhaps there's relevance in, the question of how do you determine the authenticity of something, right? Do we need now markers for authenticity, for, something that actually acknowledges the changes? Because otherwise we change the past, right? Like we, in potentially our goal for seeking more, equality, we may end up actually erasing problems that historically would be important to know as we move forward, right? So absolutely, I think there's a concern. How to address it, I'm not quite sure, because obviously, the digitization is happening, and it is happening at a massive scale. I think, I don't know if it's more resource, oriented, or simply because in a global world, people want to access materials easily. But how do we deal with the authenticity question?
I think authenticity is one, and I think there are technical solutions like having fingerprinting or distributed ledger, like the Bitcoin style way. But I think the other question is, who has the digital material? And I think that's another one. We have state institutions that hold it, but we know state institutions also go away at some point. We have seen this around the world. And I think the other thing is, basically in our work, we looked at what would happen if Google decides YouTube is not useful anymore. And I think Google has killed a lot of its projects in the last 20 years. So if they figure out, TikTok is taking all the revenue, we close down YouTube, what would this mean for us, or like Google Books, where all the, so would we need and I think this question, I think that's, because that would in the end hinder all discovery in a way.
No, absolutely, and that's something we deal a lot with, because we do a lot of research in the area of feminist activism. So whether it's looking at Iran or looking at the Me Too movement, and most of the data, of the actual activism and the voices, the problems, all of that is captured behind paid walls, right? Like Twitter owns the data, Google owns the data. So does that history does it get erased? Can you actually create an archive? How do you manage the copyright issues? So we're dealing, currently we have a large project where we're looking at that, because we don't see, from a feminist archival perspective, we don't see easy solutions to that, right? How do you, we have created, for example, an archive of the Iranian movement, but how do we provide access, right? Do we have a right to provide access to scholars to analyze the data as it's coming up in real time? We don't know, right? So there are a lot of problems here, and I think questions around data ownership. Do the users own the data as with YouTube, or is it actually Google? Or so I think archiving is a big question, and I don't know if there's anybody here working on that, but at least in the area of feminist social movements, it's becoming a huge problem.
I need to use my policing function to bring this session to a close, but want to point out that there'll be 10 or 15 minutes where we continue to talk downstairs over wine and some cheese sticks. But before we do that, oh, just wine, no cheese sticks, okay, sorry. Sorry. Okay. But before we do, I want to thank Anabel for continuing the trend today of good talks and engaging good conversation. Thank you very much. Yeah.
Express my deepest gratitude to all of our speakers here for what has been a feast, an intellectual adventure, I might even say. But my thanks also go to all of my colleagues, not only Dominic, Franziska, Rüdiger, who have been on stage, if you like, but also to Gore and Maria at the controls, and to Liana and Antonia in the back office for support. It has been a great 1.5 day, and it has been great meeting you, and we're going to have a glass of wine now, don't we? Thank you.